about Vitae as well, our official first territory. We're going to be talking about what it is that micronations can do to grow territories, develop territories, and to bring people into those territories to actually help them grow and thrive. That all being the case, I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate you all supporting micronationalism and supporting each other's communities, infrastructure, and channels through Discord, other social media, and I appreciate you being here. So, no audio. I hope you guys have audio now. Is everything okay? Can you guys hear? Republic of Orek said starting nice. It's good to see you, Republic of Orek. Can you all hear me? I might have to restart the stream. Give me just 1 second. Hey, can everybody hear me all right? Oh, okay, perfect. It's good to see. Nate was blowing us up saying, like, we can't hear you. So I want to go ahead and jump into things. I appreciate everybody being here. The first thing I would say is, again, like the stream. It's good to see everybody. There is some noise in the background. That'll be done in just a few minutes, but we have a 3D printer going in here. So I just wanted to let everybody know ahead of time. But the big question, somebody posted in our Discord and asked me to cover this on the stream tonight, so we're doing it. What happened to New Maryland? If you guys don't know, years ago, we had our first territory. We launched it, it was official, we promoted it, we were really excited about it. The territory, the ministry, as we called it at that point, of New Maryland. So we were trying to create Aeternia's first territory. However, at the time, Aeternia didn't have any of its own purchased, fully controlled Aeternian land. Now, what I mean by that is land that was purchased by Aeternia through the United States or whatever macronation is under a micronation or is over a micronation. And what we could completely say we legally own and control. So since we didn't have any land like that, it was hard for us to just stake territory claims and say, oh, we're doing this and we're going to build stuff here and we're going to, develop, because as much as we wanted to move forward seriously and as much as we wanted to be able to create for everybody, it wouldn't be fair for us to just claim random places that we were at or apartments that we were living in and things as our territory, as our official, developable, livable territory. Because if we want to develop something as a territory, we want citizens to be able to go there, to be able to visit, to be able to interact. And so that being the case, when we were doing this and we were starting to develop, we learned that there was a micronation that was interested in having itself become a part of Aeternia. This was New Maryland. New Maryland was a micronation that was formed quite a while ago by somebody in the state of Maryland. They reached out to us because they said, hey, I'm new starting in micronationalism, I want to learn more about it, and ultimately I don't want to do it by myself. Aeternia has a big following, we really want to collaborate, and so is there some way that we could become a part of Aeternia? And I was saying, absolutely, this is a wonderful idea, and I think there's plenty of opportunity for us to continue to develop that. So we put it together, we hyped it up, we built it up really, really big. I talked to who was going to be at the time the Minister of New Maryland, started discussing that with him. One of the things that's important to remember here is that the Minister of New Maryland was somebody who was younger. He was I think 15 or 16 years old whenever we were going to start developing that territory. And so this was a guy who was young, but he was eager to be a leader. He wanted to develop his micronation. He wanted to develop internal to the Empire of Aeternia. So we were still trying to figure out the best way to go about that, to allow him the freedom to do what he needs to do at his age to make sure that things are taken care of, doing schoolwork, doing his own social life stuff, but also being able to slowly but steadily build up this territory that was going to be a part of Aeternia. So we spent quite a while over, I think, a few months during the summer planning and preparing out what would happen with New Maryland, just kind of sending a few messages back and forth, talking about the concept, trying to establish, this is what Aeternia does, this is why we do it, and so on and so forth. And so as we started to prepare and plan closer and closer, we eventually just decided, let's go ahead and do it. Let's start advertising. So we declared that New Maryland was officially a part of the Empire of Aeternia and going to be its first official territory. The plan was to have New Maryland come in, become a part of Aeternia, and ultimately to start promoting Aeternian businesses as well as just the Aeternian lifestyle within Maryland and the Northeast United States, and that would allow us an extra point of growth and development. So having a connection there would be huge for us to continue to spread to places we couldn't normally travel to or visit to, and to have people there would be, again, tremendous. Tiffany just logged in. It's good to see you, Tiff. She's checking on the 3D print. She's looking at it. She's focused in. As well, I wanted to bring up before we get too far in the stream, I see we have 5 viewers, 4 likes. Thank you guys for liking and supporting the stream. As well, we only have 32 watch time hours left till we hit 3,500. We only have 32 watch time hours left that we need to hit that. So if we can do that tonight, if we can get a lot of people in the stream to hang out, to participate, to be dedicated to supporting, a 2 or 3 hour stream, we could do it. If we kept like 7 or 8 people in the stream, for 3-4 hours, we could do that. We could reasonably achieve that goal. But we would have to get it up a little bit, so your likes, your support, hanging out, sharing the stream with other people is really going to help a lot. Going back to this concept of New Maryland, we had all this like momentum and pressure built up with it. And I think ultimately that caused some of the problem. So this was somebody that I didn't know super well, but was somebody that I started to get to know through the internet, started to get to know through our Discord server. So the more that we spent time together and the more that we started fleshing out this idea, the more that it seemed absolutely reasonable to just go ahead and throw it out there and move forward. We launched a campaign, we started promoting it, and very quickly the Minister of New Maryland reached out to me and said, hey, I don't think I can do this. There's a lot of pressure built up on it. There is, a lot that I have to do personally within my own life, and I don't think it'll be reasonable for me to dedicate to that. So at the end of the day, we just, had to respect their decision, say, I completely understand. It's a lot to put on anybody. So that made me kind of backtrack. That made me have to think about, okay, well, so then I shouldn't continue to do these things, right? Like I shouldn't continue to try and reach out to other people to create territories and developments for Aeternia if it's not something that I can help to relieve stress on, and also that I can do in a way that feels comfortable and accessible to people. I think even if we would have moved forward with New Maryland's development as our territory, it would have been a huge issue, because had this person not been, first off, wise enough and capable enough to realize initially, like, hey, this is a bigger problem, and to talk to us about it, it could have been something where, down the line, once we started to develop money into it, once we started to, advertise for people to go there and try and speak to these people, that it could have become a larger issue. So we did have that initial launch point that ended up kind of falling flat, and that always sucks. It's never great to have something that you really wanted to achieve kind of fall out from under you, but it's a lot worse to have it planned for, a long period of time and think that things are going well when they're really not. So I'm super grateful for the Minister of New Maryland in doing that, in being able to, be honest about who they are and what they needed, and to be able to coordinate with me to figure that out as quickly as possible. So New Maryland was something that ultimately ended up struggling as a project, but is still something that was a huge learning opportunity for us. So learning about the history of what New Maryland was isn't really a long thing, in terms of the substance of the story. It wasn't a relationship that lasted a long time for Aeternia, but it was the kickoff point for what today becomes Vitae. And that's what really hones into this idea of territory growth and development for us, because that was our first territory. Technically, that was the first attempt for us to try and reach out and be expansive as an empire. This was something where we were putting it in the hands of someone else and allowing that trust and development to be built. But ultimately, it was something that we couldn't do enough to make easy, and that they couldn't do enough to reasonably, manage everything. And that's understandable. That's one of the biggest things that is one of my talking points tonight, is just going to be that it's hard to do this. Like, I say that with every single topic that we cover, but creating a territory for a micronation is not just a 1, 2, 3 step like you may do with creating a flag or your name or something else, but people really tend to focus on it as if it is. You know, people will reach out and get other micronations to join them, or get, you know, this UN style development going, or get, you know, these different infrastructure projects going with different micronations, and they end up falling flat. And you'll see that happen over and over and over again in micronationalism, and you wonder why that is. We have firsthand experience in that, being able to say that the reason that it happens is because of people getting overwhelmed. This is something that we talked about in a previous live stream talking about the cure for sick micronations and how to help micronations who start struggling really hard. But ultimately, this is something that bounces off of that and saying, okay, well, how do you prevent that altogether? How do you design and develop the plan, for example, for a territory development that isn't going to run into those same problems and start to decline in the first place? How do you get something and build something theoretically that's going to be able to work on paper and transition into real life and into developments and into advertising? So that being the case, now we get to today with Vitae. However, before I do, Tiffany's looking at me. She's standing off to the side. I'm curious as to if she needs something. What's up, Tiff? What? Oh, yep, yep. The last time I checked it, I tried to do some stuff the other day, and they didn't really seem like they were doing anything. I want to check them like either tonight or tomorrow and see if there's any kind of development. Yeah, probably so. That's probably a good idea. Sunday.
So when we come back from the party or something.
Yeah, cool. So that being the case, I appreciate Sunday after getting back from my dad's party. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate people being here. We jumped up to 6 viewers. I don't know if you guys heard earlier, but if we keep 6 or 7 or 8 viewers during the stream, throughout like 3 or 4 hours of live streaming, I know that's a lot, but we could hit 3,500 today. We could hit 3,500 watch time hours. We only need 32 watch time hours left, so we could reasonably do that within like a 2 or 3 hour live stream for 8 viewers, let's say. We generally will get into the 20s. So you can really help out by liking the video just like you guys are doing and helping us to continue to talk about this topic. If you have questions about New Maryland or what ended up happening with it, please let me know, because again, I briefly scored through that, but it honestly wasn't too much in initial substance. It wasn't a lot that, in just the basic story details, went into great depth. There was, years and years of progress. It wasn't. It was something that was fairly small. However, the thing that really got to me and really made it important to understand what happened with New Maryland and kind of the mystery behind that we never really talked about too much on the channel, ends up moving forward with what that means for Vitae, our newest territory that we did officially purchase through the state of Alabama, that is 100% legally ours. We can now build with citizens from Aeternia, and we can create and invest in citizens from Aeternia to get them to become actual residents in Vitae, which is a big part of building that territory. A lot of the time we talk about territory development as a connection to other micronations. But there is something inherent and important about a micronation being able to develop a territory from its own citizens and to create residents based off of those citizenships. And that is something that's a really stable model. So that's the ideal dream model. And we're going to look at that model in a second. But before we do, there are 2 other models that we have to cover, which are super common in micronationalism. They're the basic fundamental concepts in micronationalism. Everybody's doing these, and I think a lot of people are struggling to do these. They're not working very well, and I want to point out some of the flaws in that as we move toward that ideal model of having your own citizens develop that. So, initially, one of the biggest things that you can do to focus on that micronations do all the time, it's the easiest one to go after, but not necessarily the most beneficial, is having micronations become a part of your micronation. That means most micronations, the leaders of them, have created a micronation for a reason. They're their own unique thing. They've been able to develop themselves enough to attract your attention, and so they generally want to keep their own micronation, right? A lot of the time, micronationalists say, I develop my micronation whether it's for fun or whether it's because I have some serious goal that I'm trying to pursue in order to become an independent nation, the same as other nations, as Aeternia does. So the larger question there becomes, if these people want to have their own micronations, how do I grow my own micronation? Everybody that I talk to is saying that they have their own micronation, so they don't want to become a part of my micronation. A lot of micronations try and get around that and skirt around that concept by going, okay, what I'll do instead is to just tell these micronationalists, hey, you can keep your micronational identity, you can keep your leadership style, you can keep your government, you can essentially be your own micronation just inside of our micronation. That's what a lot of micronations try to do. That's a model for a number of different ones. They'll call them by different names. They'll call them by, associated states. They'll call them by like observer territories or observer states. They'll call them lots of different things. And so they'll call them, annexed territories, or they'll call them, monitoring territories or something like that. But ultimately what that means is you're getting micronationalists to agree basically to just fly your flag and to support your nation while being internal to that. There are like varying degrees of strictness that come into that. So there will be some micronations who say, you do your entire own thing, we don't really care as long as you fly our flag. There are some that are more strict and say you have to fly our flag, you have to use our currency. There are some that are even more strict that say you have to fly our flag, you have to use our currency, you have to follow all of our laws, and the list gets stricter and stricter from there. What's up, Tiff? Bye-bye. She holding my hand and she's in the live stream. And we're dancing. You feel it?
Let's just put the
It is. Tiffany was bringing up it's very heavy to plan things out. It's hard to do that. And that's true. So that being the case, I wanted to talk about kind of transitioning into the next type. But real quick, I do want to answer a couple comments. Bad Bunny jumped in. It's good to see you, Bad Bunny. Thank you for hanging out in our live stream. I'm not sure if you stayed around to this point because it took me a second to answer your question. I want to go back through and answer like everybody's questions later on, but just because you're new, I'll hit you up real quick. They asked about how to start a nation. We have a number of videos on that. If you want to go check it out, everything from culture to economy, so on and so forth. We have a wide group of things to get started. But for the basics, you probably want to create a name, a flag, all that kind of stuff. Ultimately, what I would say your most crucial thing is to understand why it is that you're creating a micronation. We have a number of videos that are titled Don't Start a Micronation Until You Watch This, and we also have another series called Why You Shouldn't Start a Micronation. So those I would recommend you check out just to make sure that micronationalism is actually something for you, because there are plenty of micronations that fall under the almost identical idea for why they were created. So look into that, learn about different micronations before you create your own, and then go ahead and get started. If you really feel like you have a passion project and a community that you want to build to create a nation. Micronations are all about developing countries that want to be equal to other nations. They want to be equal to the UN, to Britain, to Canada, to Mexico, Australia, South Africa. They want to be equal to all these other countries. A lot of the time they seek to enter into the UN. Those are very, very long-term goals that may last longer than your lifetime. So if that's something that you want to do, definitely do some research before you get started. Going back into talking about what kind of territories need to be developed. You have this group that is basically just assimilation. They're saying, not even assimilation, just grouping. I would say the first type of territory is grouping, where you're just pulling people together. You're saying it doesn't matter if you have a different identity, it doesn't matter if you have a different government, it doesn't matter if you have a different societal structure. Just come on in, become a part of our nation, wave our flag, and you're in, you're good. We'll give you a special title, we'll give you whatever kind of awards, and we'll support your people. That type, that grouping type, is generally the least stable and creates the most and also has the least benefits. It creates the most conflict within a nation's identity. But I will go back to that in a minute. The next type, the less common type, but still possible type, is the assimilation type. This is where a micronation goes around to other micronations and says, you should disband your micronation to become a part of our micronation. Aeternia has been known to do this before, but through a slightly different method. Whereas some micronations go through and do it in an expansionist, aggressive format, they will just gobble up other micronations, or they'll attempt to. This can also be a very dangerous and unstable model because a lot of the time they're doing this through silly means like micronational war, through trying to cause chaos or issues with people, or even like psychological warfare, talking people down and saying, you can't run a micronation, your micronation's stupid and dumb, you should join my micronation. That's not a good method to go with, and a lot of the time that breeds hate and anger for the goals that you're trying to achieve for your micronation. So that is not a method to go toward. But the other type of assimilation that Aeternia tries to do is to just create as a standard for their micronational citizenship that you cannot be a part of another nation. This is a subtle way to do this, but it's also something that's quite effective. For Aeternia saying that a citizen of Aeternia cannot be a citizen of another micronation, that means that anyone who is actively a part of another micronation who wants to become a citizen of Aeternia and get the benefits that are laid out for citizens of Aeternia and the potential for growth as a citizen of Aeternia, you have to be willing and able to walk away from another micronational project you might be a part of. And there are plenty of people that isn't in the cards for. That there are plenty of people who that doesn't align with their goals or interests, and that's perfectly fine. But in that strategy, it is not any pressure that's put on those people to be assimilated in. It's their choice to say, okay, I think this is a more valuable route for me, and I feel like I'll get more out of it. So it's just something that is described and written on our citizenship application that anyone at any point can go through and read and comment on. And discuss with us. We're happy to email people and talk to people about that, but that is a form of assimilation. Aeternia has had several citizens who have gone from developing their own micronations to disbanding or resigning their positions in their micronations to join Aeternia. So they will revoke their own citizenship toward their micronation, either disband their micronation entirely or just leave their position and then join Aeternia and become a part of us. That type of assimilation is something that's significantly more stable than the grouping type of development of territories and of citizens, really, simply because what that does is allow for micronations to have that choice. They are choosing to change their identity, to change the structure and the concept that they're doing before they become a part of your nation. So whereas in the grouping structure, there can be a lot of loose ends that come about simply because a micronation has different interests than another micronation. If a nation decides to join your nation and they don't have to follow any specific laws or do anything, they're their own group of people, they can come in and do some fairly nefarious things. For example, their whole point in joining you and becoming a territory could be to wrangle away citizens and wrangle away support from you or to attempt to take over your micronation. This is something that we see a lot of time in micronations as coups or as overthrows of the government or referendum votes to try and throw out leadership. This is something that happens often, but isn't something that many micronationalists should be super scared of. It's just something that does shake the boat and cause more problems. That being the case, moving on, the other issue that can happen is something that's just fairly natural, that micronations have two different paths that they're moving on. If a micronation becomes a part of your nation, but they have a radically different culture and identity than yours, whenever you go to develop new laws, new proposals, new developments, all of a sudden, that micronation who became a territory could realize, hey, we're no longer interested in this, and we don't like this anymore. So if you have 2 or 3 or 4 territories that develop, and then all of a sudden they start leaving left and right because you're trying to do things and develop things, and it's hard to please everyone, then you could end up in a situation where it looks like you're actually going through like a downward spiral, even if you're just trying to grow. So this can be a big hindrance and a big limitation on a lot of micronations who grow through that loosely connected grouping style of formation, where they're just saying everybody come together and then we'll figure things out after the fact. We'll try to, make everything work as we go along. A lot of the time that is a recipe for trouble because one way or another it's going to cause some destabilization. That being the case, moving into that assimilation, like we said, one of the biggest benefits as opposed to that grouping side of things, as opposed to just letting any micronation in to become a territory of your micronation, is the fact that you have these people's loyalty to some extent. They have had to go out of their way to give up their micronation to support yours. This is something, again, that should be done with tact, with respect to those people, and with a sincere hope to benefit and improve their position in life. When you take on citizens, or when you take on territories, or groups of citizens, like you would if a micronation fully assimilated into your own, you have to be responsible for those people, and you have to know that you're trying to give them some benefit that they can't get somewhere else. If you're not doing that, there isn't a ton of reason for them to be a part of it. So that assimilation aspect really allows for the concept that there is going to be some homogeneity. There is going to be some connection to a micronational identity and a culture that they are choosing to accept rather than just jumping in, supporting for a time, and then jumping back out. I will say we have 11 viewers right now. Thank you guys for hitting it up. And please make sure to like the stream if you haven't already, because it helps to throw even more people in the comments and get even more people hanging out with us. So the more that you do that, the more you help our watch time hours. We only need 32 to get it. We only need 32 to get to 3,500 watch time hours. That's 500 away from monetization, our 4,000 watch time hour goal. And you guys can help us to get 500 short of that tonight, to get super close, almost closer than we've ever been. We've only been in the 3,500s like once or twice, and it's dipped back down. So you guys can help to keep us afloat, keep us chugging along to our bigger and better dreams. That being the case, we go from that assimilation type that's fairly stable, but still could have some issues. People can always leave micronations. That's something that happens regardless. But with this assimilation type, you can also brew some resentment. There may be some micronations who get in and become a part of it and assimilate into your culture and then say, you know what, I don't like this culture. And they'll back out and they'll leave. But that still creates more stability because, one, it's less likely to happen. Someone who's going to assimilate and join your micronation and accept its culture before they're granted citizenship or before a territory is established, that's going to be a group of people who have probably researched significantly into your micronation and what it means to be a part of it, because now they have to sign their name to it. They have to say, I am an Aeternian. I am, a part of this and that micronation. And so it's really, really important to those people, I think, to be able to gauge and understand what they're joining, which is a perk of that assimilation aspect over just this general grouping and trying to throw people in, whoever. Moving forward from that, you have the most stable type, this ideal holy grail type of territory development that is going to be ultimately the hardest type to establish. And when we talk about this, it's going to be something that is the longest timeline for development. It is going to be the most rigorous, but again is the most stable and surefire way to achieve territories. Once we cover all these, I want to go back and kind of break down what a territory is and how this concept, this model of like grouping territories versus assimilation territories versus what I would call internal territories, internal territory development is entirely different for, and what it means for territories versus for individual citizenships. Hey, we have 15 viewers, 11 likes. Thank you guys for hanging out. 14 viewers. If you guys can like the chat, like the video, it helps a lot to spread it out and get more people in here. And you can help us to hit our goals. We're going to be going for a minute. So if you've had any questions for our micronation, definitely throw it in the comments because it's going to help us to reach hopefully 3,500 watch time hours tonight. And also, it's going to help us to understand a little bit more about what you guys want to see on this channel. And what the community is doing to grow and develop real time. So, that all being the case, moving forward, we're talking about the purest type of micronational territory, the real meat and potatoes that you guys came here for, and that is talking about internal territory development. So that means that a micronation is getting a territory from its own citizens. This is the most expensive, most difficult one to achieve, but it is the purest form of micronational territory development because you have to buy the land yourself. You have to own this territory like we're doing with Vitae. The people who you're getting to live there and work there are going to be people who are either already your citizens or people who become your citizens through their interest in becoming residents on that territory. So you're purchasing this territory, so it's something that nobody can take from you. If you have a grouped territory, one that just came in because you said, hey, all you have to do is fly my flag, you can keep your own government and micronational identity and everything like that, then those people at any point can just walk straight out and you no longer have that territory. With the assimilation, it's the same thing, where people may be able to walk out with that territory, but they still may have some citizens that stay in because of how much they had to put in as effort to stick around. So a little bit more safe than grouping, but even assimilation has downsides. The internal development of a territory does not allow a micronation to lose the physical land that that territory has established, which is the biggest, most expensive part and the purpose of having that territory. When people want to grow territories, it's because they want to expand their map. It's because they want to flex their muscles. It's because they want to build projects and develop things and show off what their country can do. It is a direct link to value for a micronation to have a certain plot of land that they own outright for themselves for the express purpose of developing their country. And so if you do not have that, if all of a sudden that can be stripped away from your nation, it's really hard to say that you fully control the territory. Basically, these other forms are just agreements that you are able to use the territory and that it is considered yours, but legally you have no repercussions for somebody picking that territory up and taking it away from you. And so in, for example, our development with New Maryland was of course a trustworthy friend, and of course somebody who was really, really a great benefit to Aeternia in citizenship and in territory development. However, this was a huge problem for us looking back, because if we were to have done this with somebody who was less trustworthy and who was less upfront and honest, we would have been in a situation where potentially we could have had this territory pulled out of our feet all of a sudden. And of course this did happen to some extent, but it was done under careful, prepared, and honest circumstances where this person just couldn't develop the territory further for us. It was done in an honest and legitimate way. But for other people, this happens all the time, where they will have territories that come up and develop in their micronation, and then all of a sudden that micronation goes, you know what, no, we're independent now and we're leaving your micronation, and that's it, good luck. And that becomes a huge problem for plenty of micronations. It seems like your micronation is shrinking when that happens and falling apart and crumbling. And so then other micronations may look at that and see it as news that, oh, this micronation's weak. Oh, they can't hold on to their citizens. Oh, they can't support their people. Oh, there's no benefit to supporting this micronation. It can even cause bad press for your micronation because that, independence movement may come out and say, this is the reason that we don't like XYZ micronation that we were a part of, and this is why we're seeking independence. That doesn't always happen. There are plenty of good stories of micronations collaborating and then separating, and that happens. But it still nonetheless is a downside and a detraction from the micronation who had them as a part of themselves. With this internal development of territories, you never lose that territory. That is your territory to own and keep forever. Citizens can always come and go, but people who are going to develop all of their support into your micronation to become not only a citizen but a resident there are also very unlikely to leave. So when you have this internal development of a territory, it takes a long time because you have to purchase that territory, which is expensive and a long-term goal and something that very few, if any, micronations achieve. We were very, very lucky to achieve that recently. But this is not something that, a ton of micronations do. This is maybe a handful right now that'll probably accelerate as time goes on. More and more micronations are going to be able to get territory and expand. But as that happens, it's something fundamental to look at as to if that is the strongest case for micronational development. And in my opinion, it absolutely is. This is something that gives us an opportunity to keep that territory, to also verify its legitimacy. Because when you own something full out, people can't take that from you. You can do whatever it is that you want with that. And so when you have your citizens, people who have already potentially supported you for a long time, people who you know are trustworthy, and people who have solid skills that they bring to the table already for you, who are going to become the residents of that territory, that's a game changer. That's a whole crazy thing that is now unlocked for that territory. You've opened the key to a whole new era of growth and stability for your micronation. These other attempts at gaining territories, whether it's grouping or whether it's assimilation, just gathering a whole bunch of micronations and getting them to call themselves under the banner of your nation, or whether it's actual micronationalists giving up their nations or giving up their power in their nations to become a part of your nation, that still always has the opportunity to backfire. But internal development of a territory, buying the territory under the name of your nation legally, means that you cannot lose it. So that's a huge point for stability and for valuation of your nation. That says, hey, they have enough money to spend on purchasing a territory. They have enough ability to grow and develop that. And your allies, your friends, other micronational onlookers, people who are considering citizenship in your micronation, don't have to worry about, hey, if I try and move and live there, all of a sudden one day am I going to be under a different micronation's flag with a different leader? You have some sort of stability and consistency there. But on top of that, you also have to think about the concept that the people who are going to live there have more opportunities in that internal development that they ever could have in the others. Because in others, they have to start to obey other micronations' laws potentially, or they have to worry about the risk that, again, that territory could leave with whoever initially brought it. But in this setup for internal development, you can offer them things that you may not be able to offer in the other circumstances. If that territory that you own, like in the other, that you control, like in the other two circumstances of grouping and assimilation, if that territory itself is not owned by you, you can't offer anybody land there. You can't offer anybody free housing there. You can't do anything like that unless you get approval from the person who actually owns the land. So, that being the case, this one final type, this ideal holy grail of territory development, in internal territory development, actually owning and purchasing a piece of land for your nation, if you can do that, if it is possible for your nation, this is a huge upside. Because what it allows you to do is to then offer benefits to those citizens that they know are stable and secure. And that increases the valuation of your nation, not only to other micronational onlookers, not only to potential allies and neighbors, but also to citizens. You can market that to citizens and say, for example, like Aeternia does, we're looking for residents. We're looking for people to come to Vitae and support us and to become an everyday part of Aeternia, to have free housing here, to be able to expand and develop what your personal life is in order to grow and develop and benefit Aeternia. This is a huge opportunity for micronations that comes with huge risk, that comes with taking a long time to develop, that comes with hard work. But talking about those other two, talking about going back, there are plenty of micronations who are watching this video right now who are going, AP, there's not a way that I can purchase that territory. That's not going to be able to happen. That holy grail that you're talking about is great for everybody who has, hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever. What about for me? What about for people right now who don't have anything like you for years when you started out? And I would say I completely agree with that. I understand that. If you have to make one of these other two systems work, grouping or assimilation, I'd say always go assimilation. That's what Aeternia did before we got into being able to develop internally, and that's ultimately what led us to being able to do that. When you talk about assimilation, when you talk about this concept of trying to make a homogeneous identity, what you're doing is saying, yes, everyone can come in with their own culture and background and identity, but you should try to become Aeternian as well. You should try to take that and adapt it into what it is that it means to become Aeternian. So that being the case, as you continue to grow and to develop in micronationalism, it is super critical that we... Hey! hey, I'm putting that user in timeout, saw him, caught him, and then flipped it around on him. That being the case, we have, I like the alien. Their thing is an alien. Um, Talking about um, assimilation and the concept that you would tell micronations or leaders of micronations or citizens of other micronations, hey, if you want to become a part of our micronation, if you want to invest in becoming a territory of our nation or a citizen of our nation, you have to first um, agree to stop becoming the citizen of another micronation, end all previous micronational citizenships, and just join my micronation. Just join Aeternia. Just join whatever the other micronations you're supporting are. The reason that you want that is because it creates that stability in a citizenship. Somebody having to put in a certain amount of time and effort and dedication to your nation to earn that citizenship means that that citizenship has value. It means that that territory that you're investing in has some kind of loyalty and base to being able to create that for you. So it's something that's really easy to be able to tell people, and it's something that ultimately gives a lot of benefit to your nation long term. It's something that's going to help to continue its growth and development every single day, because you know that the citizens that you're pulling in and the territories that you're investing in, even if that territory isn't owned by you outright, is something that more than likely that person who is running the territory for you is going to have a sincere amount of investment and dedication in, because they know they can't just be a part of another micronation and still be in support of yours. So there has to be something in your micronation that they see as valuable to them, that they see as necessary for their growth and survival, and that is critical for developing a micronation that can last through time, that can be something that really, really helps. So we have other videos talking about economics, about how to create value for your nation and how to develop and expand that value. But once you have that value, creating territories is something that allows you to make use of that and allows you to pitch that for your own growth. To be able to say, hey, this is why Aeternia is valuable. We have metal melting industry. We have, the possibility to offer citizenships to people who support us through creating video content for us. We can shout out and promote your business through our YouTube channel and different things like that. We have these benefits that we can offer citizens that they know once I become a citizen, I've unlocked all of this opportunity. And so the same thing happens in territories, where if somebody says, hey, I actually own or control a piece of territory, it's my territory that I own outright, it's land that I purchased, or it's land that, for example, somebody else has. Thank you, Vincent. Vincent's going through and blocking people for me. I appreciate it. It becomes something that's really, really critical and crucial for being able to pitch to people who have something of value like a piece of land. It may be theirs, it may be their parents, it may be a friend's, whatever. If somebody has outright consent of the person who owns a territory to use that for whatever purpose they want, some land that they have ready available access to, and you want to become a part of that and use it for your micronation, you better make sure that person is committed to supporting your micronation and to developing it. That territory is something that's going to either offer you a lot of value or no value, depending on what it is that you are able to get out of loyalty from the person who's running and controlling it. Are they somebody who's a citizen who's going to be active and is going to help you to develop regularly and who's going to be excited to put projects on that land and to continue growing your opportunity as a micronation through that avenue of interest? Or are they going to be somebody who's really passive and the only real benefit that your micronation gets from the territory is just being able to say, now our map's a little bit bigger. We cover this many square miles or whatever now because we technically own this little plot of land that we'll never be able to do anything with. And that's a larger concern for the community. That's the thing that I see all the time that becomes a great issue. Because a lot of the time, micronations just suck up resources, whether that's citizens, whether that's territory. We just try to be like stamp collectors, saying like, I got another one, look at me, look at this. But unlike stamp collectors, stamps have value. There will be old ones. There will be ones that were misprints. There will be ones that people, other stamp collectors, will pay lots of money to have access to. They'll put them in museums and stuff. However, micronational citizenships and micronational territories, if they're not actively developing and providing benefit for you, just about never have larger inherent value. So that being the case, it's crucial for us as micronations to be able to understand the difference and to be able to say, hey, while it's great that some micronations may have 500 citizens and may claim, 12 miles of 12 square miles of territory under their belt, are they actually able to do anything with that? If you have 500 citizens and 12 square miles of territory under your belt, well then why aren't you like a multi-millionaire? Why aren't you like, having factories built on this land? Why aren't all of your citizens actively marching in the streets and declaring themselves a part of your nation? It's because you aren't able to actively use and maintain that territory. And that's something that moves into a harder and harder realist category, which I think is what a lot of people who are asking about developing territories for micronations are talking about. They're asking, AP, what is it that allows for a micronation to actually expand itself into the real world and get other people to see, wow, this thing has the possibility to go all the way. This thing could potentially reach the UN. And certainly Aeternia isn't at the UN's doorstep right now, ready to be ushered in and welcomed, but we have the opportunity to move there. We have some stepping stones that are allowing us a clear path toward that goal. And that goal is a long time coming, but nonetheless, we're on our journey. And so if you're trying to figure out how to get on your journey like that, it's important to understand what your micronation's value is and what it can offer to those people who are going to give up their time to become citizens or their literal valuable assets like land that they would have to still build and develop on for you just to be able to increase your nation's value even more. So what is it that you can offer to them for that? Land is expensive. People's time is expensive. What is it that's going to get people to want to throw that at you and say, please, yes, absolutely, let me become a part of your thing? Because that's what's going to become crucial. That's going to be the thing that is going to determine whether your micronation is one that looks like a solid, cohesive, stable group of people who are actively developing and making money and, getting into all these newspapers and learning about all these different things, or is your micronation going to be one that claims the moon and the stars and, the half the population of the earth, but never actually makes it off of a piece of paper, never actually makes it to the point that they're going to be able to establish something that is recognized by other people on the street? It's hard. It's a long-term goal that's going to happen, but you can transition. Micronations that start off in that grouping category, that start off saying, we're going to welcome anybody who gives us territory, and it really doesn't matter if anything happens with the territory, we're just trying to increase our value by increasing the amount of land we can claim to have access to then moving into assimilation and saying, okay, well now we have some value, we have some means of providing benefit to our citizens. This really isn't doing us all much of good to just have on paper this much territory or on paper this many citizens when we're not getting daily benefits from that. So in order to become a citizen, we're restricting our guidelines. We're making it harder for people to become citizens because we want to filter out all those people who aren't going to actively participate, who aren't going to really be able to get into the work that we have to do to grow. So that being the case, you're now at this stage where in this assimilation period, you can really say, hey, we want people to become Aeternians. We want to define what it is for people to become a part of our micronation and to make our micronation and its identity known to the world. Those people who are in that stage, who are going to commit to your micronation and your micronation alone, are going to be the same people who are happy to tell people, yes, I'm an Aeternian, yes, I'm a this and that and the other. Because even if your micronation is something that is small, even if it's something that is not well known, if it has people who are passionate about it and people who want to see it achieve and succeed, it's not going to be a small time for very long. It's not going to be something that people don't know about for very long, because those supporters, those people who are really, really in it to see that same vision that you do, are going to be the people who are shouting from the rooftops and saying, join Aeternia, join this micronation, that micronation. Because At the same time, those are the ones that other micronations and citizens of your micronation know are going to be able to champion the cause longer. They know they feel more stable in it, and they know that it's something that is practical and easier to explain to people that, hey, I'm a part of a small group of people who are working to develop a country. We own this land. We have these many people that support us. We have these businesses we're trying to start, rather than just saying, hey, I'm the king of this country and we own Mars and 40,000 population, and we support 45 different other micronations that are inside of our micronation that do their own thing, that make that up, and we're all this just kind of loose group of people. That doesn't necessarily build confidence from someone who's never heard about micronationalism, or who, is trying to figure out what territory or what micronation to invest in. That doesn't give them a lot of confidence. If I'm going around and looking at micronations and seeing, okay, well, where's the best bang for my buck? Where can I really get in and feel like I'm going to be a part of something valuable? I'm probably going to pass up most of those micronations who have similar lines along the way of, we boast 1,000 citizens, or we boast 500 square miles of territory, or whatever. I'm going to be looking at those ones who say, hey, we have a small business and we've been able to develop this and this and that, because it just leads to more value. It leads to more benefit. And also, Tiff is right there, and she's out here in the world, and she's looking at bearings on YouTube. She's looking at bearing videos because she's engineer all the way. It's Tiff. Ta-da. I do want to go ahead and read some comments, though, real quick, before we get too far. First off, Robert says, scammers. Corsia said, Vincent with that W. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, one of the things I was talking about a minute ago, I was having to, block people, but Vincent came in and saved it because there were a number of people who were jumping in the stream just to, spam and to cause problems. It was really silly. But we got it covered, immediately. Vincent came in with the save, and it was beautiful. Let me go through real quick and start to read some stuff that people were hitting us up on. First off, everybody's hello, it's good to see you. We had, of course, Newt and Republic of Auric, who joined in right away when the stream started. Of course, we have Nephalia that joined in pretty quick, and it's good to see them as well. Reptile says, hey, AP, it was good to see you, Reptile. I hope you're still in the stream now. Ryan said, when are we going to duel, AP? Ryan, one of my friends here locally, as well as somebody who follows the channel, has been wanting me to do Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling with him. I'm still trying to figure that out, because I wanna get hype on some of this stuff and reach 3,500 watch time hours tonight. So I will see. I got some busy work to do with growing this nation, but we will see. Hopefully I can get joined in with you pretty quickly. Nate says, AP, I got a song name for you, Vitae. Ooh, Nate, do you write songs? Could you make Dave Vitae for us? I would love that. That could be the anthem of Vitae specifically. Or we could play it during big events at Vitae. We could pop off with Dave Vitae. I love that name. Corsia says hello. Bad Bunny says, how do I start my own nation or tribe? We talked about that a minute ago, so I'm going to skip that one. Reptile says, bless you, Tiff. He didn't say that, but he said, hey, AP, I know I'm watching, but I'm working on documents for Greenistan. Hey, very cool. Well, first off, thank you for watching, because regardless, it still helps us with watch time hours for you guys to hang out. Right now, we have 11 viewers. If we hit that for 3 hours, we would have 33 watch time hours. We would hit beyond what we needed. Just for 3 hours, if we had 11 viewers, we would hit 33 watch time hours, and we would kill it for tonight. We're already almost at an hour, and for most of that hour, we've had 9 or 10 viewers. So that's doing really good. We're on the way to get it. Nate says 32 watch time hours is 1,920 seconds, I'm pretty sure. I think you're right there. Also, thank you guys for the extra like. We got 15 likes right now. We're trying to get up to 20, 30, 1 million likes. Let's see if we can do it. Ooh, 16! People are remembering to like. I appreciate you guys. Gorthian Federation jumped in and said, yo, AP, sorry, haven't been in your lives lately. I've been busy with my own lives, and our nation has improved a lot. Congratulations, Gorth. I'm excited to see that. If you guys don't know, Gorth is on TikTok. They're one of our good friends on TikTok. I've been trying to blow up our TikTok a little bit more. They've been killing the game on it. So I'm excited to see that you guys are doing well. I want to get to the point where we can do TikTok live streams, because people on TikTok, for some reason, are big in donating. And so I would love to be able to be a part of that and to help grow Aeternia through another platform where we can get on live with. Corsia says micronational tribes, not bad. I agree. I have always thought of micronations being kind of connected to like tribes in the sense of like groups of people who are trying to build a local community, trying to establish their own culture and identity. It's a small scale country. Seagat says my country passed a nuke law. What's the nuke law? Hopefully it's no nukes. Nukes are scary. Corsia says, lastly, let's say I, for example, Corsia, wanted to join the Eternian Empire as a dominion. How would I do that? I don't, of course, just wanted to ask. That's a great question. So the first thing, we don't really have dominions, to say. You know, dominion, I get, is like a catch-all term, but we would call them territories. So the way that we establish territories for people who are not internal, for, you know, territories that we don't own outright, would be a very long process. Because we learned with New Maryland that there are a lot of risks associated with having territories that aren't explicitly our own, we would be in the lighter end of things, going into saying, okay, well, you have to be an Eternian citizen first off, which means you can't connect, you can't be the leader of another micronation. You know, as well, we might want to have your territory become a part of our nation and to populate it with our citizens. So there may have to be some benefits that were guaranteed legally from like the owner of that land, whoever that is, whether it's you or someone else, who would say, hey, we will allow like people to come and visit Aeternia, and we will use this specific land for Eternian purposes, for selling items in our local area, for, you know, recruiting people into Eternian citizenship. Potentially, you know, if it were a large enough piece of land, for residence for Eternian citizens, and for developing infrastructure, buildings, you know, equipment, things that we can sell there. Those would all be things that we'd have to come up with as legal contracts with the owners of that land to be able to make sure that we could do in a successful manner. And then the people who we would have running it would have to be well-established, well-proven citizens who we know are going to stick around for a long time. So that could definitely happen. It would just be so, and of course that would offer them a lot of benefits. You know, we would constantly be plugging that as our go-to place in that territory, in that area. You know, so for example, in New Maryland, our big plan was to really hype up people in Maryland to go to New Maryland and to try and have them become a part of, you know, the Empire of Aeternia through New Maryland. So again, this would be something that requires a lot of work, a lot of planning, and it would also require a lot of legal documentation so that we make sure that this is something that works for us for a long time so that we could get value out of it. And then, of course, we would be trying to set up stuff for that territory to be able to make money. If that territory and the people who run it aren't making money, they're not going to be able to last long, because, you know, no matter how dedicated you are to a cause, no matter how much benefit you feel like you're helping Aeternia with, you're still not going to have enough benefit to be able to actually get and keep working on this for free. So we're going to have to find out pretty quickly a way that the citizens of that dominion, that territory for us, are going to be able to thrive and prosper and make it worthwhile for them to continue doing it. Eventually, we would want to hire those people onto a payroll for us if we could make enough money to do so. Nate says, who? Everybody was concerned about this person, but they ended up deleting their message. Pinsezamois says, convert yourself into a private side entity. Lots of ways to do this, and you become a foreign national in terms of the State Department. I don't know about that. That sounds like some sovereign citizen-ish. I don't support that at all. Don't ever try to be like, oh, we're not, you know, gonna like pay taxes, or we're not gonna like, we're gonna find a loophole out of like the government. That's not a good thing to do. Government really does not like that. And also, it doesn't really work. Nate says, cares. Gorthian says, you go touch some grass, man. Oh, goodness. Gorth says, bro, if you don't like us, then stop wasting your time hating them. Oh, they're like, they were somebody who was like posting a lot of spam. Got you. Penez says, review the Montevideo Convention. Outlines what constitutes a nation. Very easy. they were talking to the person who asked how to create a micronation, and I do agree with that. The Montevideo Convention is something that most micronations use as a baseline, but I think micronationalism in its own kind of art form and development has become so complex that there are many other factors that someone should encounter before they make a decision as to whether they should start a micronation. In my opinion, most importantly, is whether or not the type of micronation that you're trying to create and the basic ideas of it have already been created. Because there are hundreds, literally like hundreds of micronations who develop based on the same like few premises, and at the end of the day, why don't they just join the first micronations, the largest, most powerful micronations that are already fighting for those ideas, because they could do a lot better in growing the name of micronationalism and that specific micronation by just joining and becoming a part of that one, instead of creating 50 or 80 micronations with the same basic premise who are all fighting for a very small amount of citizenship. But Nate says, Gorthy's messing around and causing no harm like the boomers are. Agreed. Bad Bunny said, thanks. Of course, Bad Bunny, we got you. Reptile says, hey, I'm back. Hey, it's good to see you, Reptiles. Benjamin Burrows, I didn't get to say hi to you yet. Hey, Benjamin, it's good to see you. Nate says, are recreational nukes allowed in your nation? Nobody should allow recreational nukes in their nation. They're not a recreational thing. There's no way you can have a nuke and use it without hurting a lot of people. Finesse says, multi-state confederations of similar minds are a good way to share resources and research growth. Not really, because those confederations can fall apart like Yamos. Yamos happen all the time where there are groups and organizations of micronations that all consider themselves to be working together but are all independent, and they fall apart. They fall apart all the time. They don't end up reaching goals. They don't end up being able to establish much because they end up having to put a lot more effort not only into their own nation, but into supporting this organization, or this confederation in your instance, that still doesn't offer them any benefit more than if they were to just be on their own. They're not making more money. They're not establishing more successes. So it's really a problem for micronations to try and group together and think that that's going to make them stronger if none of them internally had an inherent value structure. Caden Republic says, new micronations join the micronational federation. Stop. You see, that's exactly Yamo stuff. Nate says, yeah, it's a joke. It's not like he's Kim Jong-un. Penna says, the UN as it stands today is a global RICO criminal haven. Don't let that become a goal of your nation state. I feel like that's hard. Your opinion. I don't know about all that. Nate says, good luck with that, bud. Enjoy the love from this community. Gore says, nobody cares. Corsia says, when you be contrarian to be contrarian. I think that happens often. Vincent asked, why did you try to post an inappropriate thing over and over? And then they left. Vincent can say, I can see what you say. And then everybody say, what's up, Vincent? Vincent's rickrolling him. Vincent is trolling the trolls right now. I love it. Vincent said, because I'm not allowing everyone else to see it is not causing harm to anyone. Agreed, it's just silly. Vincent says, I can see. Of course, he says, why, if I might ask. Vincent said he thinks he's being cool and funny. Yeah, by saying like racial slurs. Oh, goodness. See, and I appreciate Vincent for that. Vincent will immediately come in with the clap and like pull people off the stream. Thank you, Vincent, for saving us. Vincent, the protector of the streams. Gore says, so edgy. Nate says, oh, you're going to regret saying that probably. Ryan says, racism is a way that regimes manipulate people. Agreed. And we're really glad that these racists are getting kicked out of the chat. Vincent said, we could tell. Nate says, TBH, unicism, your trolling game isn't good. This whole community is just dunking on the trolls. I love it. A troll comes in and they go, watch this, guys, I'm about to play this stream. And then everybody shits on him and just dunks on him. I love it. Corsia says, are you having a bad day? Oh, goodness, they're getting played. Nate says, your irony game sucks. Vincent says, good. Gore says, OMG, someone banned this guy. Yeah, we ended up getting it. Corsia says, Jesus. Gore says, thank God. Vincent said, just put the guy in timeout. There's no ban button. I told the AP on Discord. Thank you very much. Gore says massive W to you. Vincent says I have a screenshot of it as well. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying to get that person out as much as possible. If you guys see any more stuff, like report it, and we're gonna keep putting them in timeout. They're not gonna get away with it very long. Vincent says, Corsia says the Vincent is becoming beyond base, a new god. I definitely appreciate it. Vincent said I was waiting for him to start spamming, but he kept saying the N word over and over again. It's a real problem. They're like gross people on the internet, and we're glad to have Vincent to clean the slate for us. Torrent says legitimate and purchase with a lease agreement on autonomy, politically and economically. I agree. Gore says, bro, AP should start a podcast. That's effectively what this is, but it's a video podcast. It's a video cast. It's a live stream. So if you guys want to support that, you can just listen to this. Like, you can always go to previous videos of ours and just listen to what I'm saying when you're out every day doing stuff. It doesn't have to be just a visual experience. Although, visuals can be fun and nice, and that's why we had this. But I appreciate that. Torrance says it doesn't have to be complicated. I agree. Bad Bunny says, so question, tribes and nations are the same, right? Not really. So a tribe, it seems like, denotes a specific type of organizational structure, right? Like a tribe is inherently small. It's generally a group of people within the same, like, local region. I'd have to Google the exact definition of a tribe. It generally connects to some kind of like, cultural, potentially religious identity, some sort of homogenous identity. A nation is very similar, but a nation can just be people who all identify with the same identity. They don't have to live in the same geographic area. A nation is just a collection of a group of people of the same identity, whereas a tribe seems to notate like a specific structure of living, kind of like a commune or like like a government structure almost. It's not fully a government structure; it more just identifies the society. But a nation doesn't inherently define a society like a tribe does. Torres says. AP should start a podcast and have me as co-host. I appreciate it, Torrance. You can always come and like hang out in the chat, and also if you ever want to talk about stuff, just reach out. Like I'm always down to talk about stuff. Sorry guys, had to reconnect. I saw a notification and I accidentally clicked it. Vincent said Bad Bunny, not really, as far as our states and our tribes and nations the same. They're not the same. Nate says not, it has to be AP and Vincent. I do like AP and Vincent podcast ideas. Torrance says tribe and nations are different but can be whatever you want. To me, tribe is more immediate family and close friends. That is one thing as well. Tribes do have an inherent connection to like family a lot of the time. Torrance says you're all making this complicated. It is complicated. Running and developing a successful micronation is complicated because Torrance, he's saying, oh, it's simple, just run your micronation like a business. Sure, businesses are complicated. People go through whole degrees. There are PhDs in business. Business is a complicated thing. So you can't say, oh, it's simple, just run your micronation like a business. Are you a millionaire, Torrance? Have you started from no money of 0 to 100, now we're here? Like, Torrance, it's hard. It's hard. There's a lot of facets to it. If you go up and look business on YouTube, there's not one video that says this is how you start a business and now you're a millionaire. There are businesses that fail every single year. It's not that those people are bad at business. Sometimes it's just hard to develop a business. Sometimes
it's just hard to become millionaires because they make a video, this is the start of a millionaire, but then everyone pays the rest millions.
Did y'all hear that fire take right there? Did y'all hear that fire take? There are plenty of people, just like Tiff said, who make money literally just telling people, oh, this is how you start a business, without actually knowing themselves how to start a business. The business that they make is selling information, whether that information is beneficial or not. So, yeah, it's complicated, Torrance. There's a lot of perspectives and a lot of takes to cover. Robert says, I saw the title and said war. Oh, goodness. How micronations develop territories. Robert says, war. War is definitely a way that people do that, and we talked about it with the like assimilation thing. There are negative types of assimilation that contribute to like micronational war, which is really silly. The concept that somebody will go, oh, I invaded your micronation now, so you need to give me all your territory. And that's going to build resentment, that's going to build people who don't like you, and ultimately it's going to lead to that micronation in like 3 weeks being like, now we're in a civil war, I don't know what happened, everybody's leaving my micronation. And it's like, yeah, that's expected. Torrent says a legitimate licensed business. Agreed. Still hard, complex, costs money. Gore says war is never the answer. Agreed, Gore. Smart take. Torrent says it provides you legal protection if it fails. Not all business types. Only specific limited liability corporations, S corporations, C corporations. But they all offer only different types of liability protection. And on top of that, you also need a good lawyer because a good enough lawyer against you can still hold you liable, directly personally liable. Torrent says much easier to raise funds to achieve goals. Torrent says legitimate land purchase with a lease of autonomy politically and economically. Yep. Robert says, I always love your personality and good looks, man, when I hop into stream. Hey, thank you, Robert. I'm flattered. I appreciate that. I know it means a lot to Tiff. Sitting there scrolling. She's probably playing, if I know it, fridge game. She's not. She's checking notifications. But she sometimes hits up fridge game, where she like puts stuff in the fridge and organizes it. And it's not just fridge. They do like counters. They do like a whole bunch of stuff. It's like a puzzle game. She likes puzzle games. But yeah, I appreciate it, Robert. That means a lot. Right now, we're trying to get to 3,500 watch time hours on the channel. We only need 32 more to go. So if you helped us to hit 32 watch time hours on this stream, we're probably going to go for like 2 or 3 hours to make sure, probably 3 or 4 hours to make sure that we get that or as close as possible this afternoon. So if you're interested in that, and if you want to help us to achieve that, you can go ahead and stay in the video and watch with us and help us out, because it means a lot. Torrance says, someone please kill me. Torrance, don't do that to us. We appreciate you, Torrance. If you need, like, legitimately, I do want to offer that. I feel like Torrance is making a meme here, but I do want to bring this up. Mental health is important. If you feel down or sad, you should definitely, like, talk to your family, try and create a social, like, safety net, like a social safety net. Oh, goodness, I'm talking economics. A support network of people who can help you and help you to find resources like counseling. I've been through, my own fair share of counseling. It's something that's important, especially for micronationalists. Micronationalists are always under a lot of stress trying to run a nation like a business and doing all this stuff, trying to, develop territory, talk to other foreign leaders and stuff. All that being the case, it's stressful. So we have a video on micronations and mental health, but I would say definitely if anybody is concerned about their mental health, please don't hesitate to reach out to family and friends that care about you, and we care about you as well. So we want to make sure that everybody's doing good, and we get to keep seeing everybody in these streams. So definitely do not slack on the mental health. It is just as important as any other aspect of micronationalism. Making sure that you're okay means that you can be there for your community. Robert says, I have a question. Was Chaz a micronation? It wasn't, but I made a video a long time ago. I really think it could have been. Like, Chaz, if it was I think it was the Chicago something autonomous or city, I forget which city it was, but it was some city's autonomous zone. And it was essentially a group of people during, I believe it was it a Black Lives Matter protest? There was some protest that was occurring in a large metropolitan city, and protesters took a part of that city and blocked it off. And for days, I think maybe into like a couple weeks, actually made it like an autonomous zone. They were like, police can't enter here, like, military government officials can't enter here. It's its own thing. We have like community leaders who are like making decisions for what we're going to do, and the protest like blocked off its own area, its own literal physical territory, and stopped other people from entering it. They were able to occupy a territory successfully and start doing things. They started developing a garden. They started, giving shelter to people and helping people. It didn't last very long. It eventually was broken up and dispersed, As one, volunteers had to start leaving to return to work to be able to support themselves and their families, but also because the government came in, and raided it and caused problems. So and broke it up. So that being the case, Chaz wasn't a micronation. I don't think if you talk to the people who ran it and led it, they would have said it's a micronation. But that's crazy. Like if it would have declared itself its own independent nation and started off on the journey of micronationalism, who knows where it would have been? Who knows what kind of support and media attention it would have gotten? It would have been crazy to see. And to be honest with you, I think a lot of people would have been on board. Like if it was like, we're creating our own country, we already blocked it off, come in from other territories, it would have been really hard for for the local people to the local police and stuff to stop people from coming into the area and to stop people from staying in that zone. It was really wild. It could have been possible to stop it, but it was pretty promising. I also think it would have potentially gotten a lot more human rights recognition and careful inspection by international communities. Of course, there was a lot of bless you. There was, of course, a lot of people having their eyes on it because it was just a big protest and a big milestone in I think civil rights history. But it was still something that was super important and could have been expanded by taking on a micronational identity. Although one could argue as well that that would have potentially taken away from the purpose and the reason that they were protesting in the first place. So I as a micronationalist am biased because I would have loved to see it develop into a micronation, but I understand why people who were running it would have said that it isn't. Corsia says, while I agree with you, Kingman, what about citizens? Do you treat them like workers or average citizens? A strike would hurt you fairly badly if they were to strike. What about a general agitation? Agreed. And that's plenty of the reason why micronations shouldn't necessarily be run by businesses or like businesses, both by businesses or like businesses. But this is something that, depending on your political ideology and leanings, will lean you different ways. Torrance says, no, citizens are shareholders. Citizens are shareholders, not employees. So you have employees that aren't citizens? And if so, that sucks. Why are you giving money to people who are not, not internal to the micronation? Torrance says, citizens can certainly apply for employment in a national corporation, but it's not required. Ooh, this is one thing that's interesting then, Torrance. If you have a national corporation, then that means you're nationalizing industries, which is a fairly socialist thing to do. That's interesting. So you're going to provide base standards of support of infrastructure and of regulation to make sure that businesses aren't running wild and creating monopolies and abusing your people and creating incredibly low pay and trying to destroy labor unions and things like that. Robert says, could any one of those Occupy movements be considered a micronation in the United States? Can be considered a micronation like the United States of Floyd, which controls 2 street blocks of Minneapolis? I think if they wanted to, they could. If they declared themselves micronations, then yes, they could absolutely be considered micronations. If someone declares a micronation, I consider it a micronation. The validity or power that that micronation has depends on its scope and its assets. But yeah, 100%, it totally can be. Torrance says, the national corporation is set up to establish the bank and purchase the land. After that, you start your micronation on libertarian socialism and it grows naturally. You can't just say, oh, step 1, buy stuff. Step 2, set up government. Step 3, money go brrr. No, you can't. That's a meme. You can't say it's that easy because it's not that easy. If it's that easy, why haven't you just done that already? Robert says scammer. Gorthian says OMG this guy. Torrance says open to international businesses. Let them use your banks and pay you low tax and tariffs. Because that doesn't stop the macronational tax they have to pay as well. If you're saying, oh, these businesses can pay really low tax in my country, sure, that's great. But if your country operates inside of another country, it's still net more tax than they would have paid otherwise. So it's still costly for them. If you encourage them not to pay taxes to the macronation that you're a part of, it'll be even worse on you because people will come down on you. And you go, oh, well, it's a corporation, so there's no liability. Yeah, there will be for tax evasion, 100%. Robert says, get him. Vincent said he's just making accounts to try and like remove the spammers is what they were talking about. Of course, he says, why are people rating the stream? To be jerks, because they know we're killing it and they know we're close to 4,000 watch time hours, so they're trying to hate and they're trying to shut us down, but they can't do it. We're blowing up, guys, and the more that something grows, the more that something achieves, the more that people are going to try and tear that down and tell you that you can't do that and tell you that they're going to do everything in their power to stop you. But the whole time they were in here getting blocked, we were getting watch time hours. They were probably part of those 11, 12, 13 people that we had at some of the heights of the stream. So get those people back in. Have them, throw a party. We'll instantly block their comments and have them sitting here waiting to get back online and get access and then do it again. It's just going to give us more watch time hours and help us more and more. So we have a solid mod in Vincent who's actively helping us to manage that. And other than that, we're growing and we're developing and we're continuing to contribute to this stream and to the nation that we're a part of with every second that we're on here. So we got 7 viewers, 21 likes. If we can get that number to grow just a little bit, it'll make it quicker for us to get those 32 watch time hours that we need and to jump off stream. So I definitely appreciate you guys being here. Vincent says, I don't know, I think he thinks he's funny. Robert says, this isn't a raid. Vincent said, I guess. Robert said, a raid is good. This is a scammer. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Is a raid good, though? Of course, he says, I mean like a bad raid. Agreed. Muffin Films. Hey, Muffin Films, it's good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in here before. If you don't know who we are, we're a micronational YouTube channel. We're the Empire of Aeternia. We're trying to create a nation, grow the land and territory that we have established, and try and establish residency within our territory of Vitae. So if you want to learn about that, if you want to learn about the scientific projects we're up to, if you want to learn about how to develop a micronation yourself, we talk about all those things, and we're happy to have you here. If you have any questions, let us know. And Aeternia Forever. Torrance said, Vincent is in a good mood. Agreed. Robert says, oh. Corsi says, I think more people are going to need to be mods at this rate. Vincent's getting the W's, though. I don't know. Like, maybe so, but he's killing it, straight up. Robert says, scammers. Corsi says, Vincent with that W. Agreed. Robert says, these scammers. Torrance said, Vincent holding it down. Yeah, everybody's giving love to Vincent. Everybody give love to Vincent. Gore says, it's the one guy that makes accounts. Nate says, get better. Because they're getting wrecked. Muffin says, at Aeternia, how can I create a communist puppet state for my micronation? See, that's weird though. Micronation. So, macronations create puppet states, right? This concept that, like, if you have a country that you can, invade that country, take it over, install a government, and create a puppet state. That's what in macronational warfare and governments people call a puppet state. For micronations, puppet state is almost an oxymoron just because of the concept that, like, you are creating your own nation from scratch. So you don't have any real support or connections. One of the largest problems in micronationalism is that there are so many micronations and not enough citizens to join or support those micronations. So the whole goal of a micronation is to take all of their resources and pool them into trying to gain citizens. Legitimate citizens that are going to help them to expand. So, if a micronation is trying to create a puppet state, what they would have to do is to take some of their citizens, people they know are going to be loyal to them, especially on the concept of a puppet state, and then make those people leave their micronation, create their own micronation, use it to advertise for their micronation, I guess, and then do that in the hopes that that's going to drive support for the original micronation. But do you see the irony there? You just took somebody who was happy and willing to give time and effort to grow your nation, and instead of putting them toward projects and enterprises that would just make you money, help you to gain more citizens, help you to develop and flesh out the concepts for your nation that would make it more popular. Instead of doing any of that, you took the little time that they had to help you develop your nation, and you instead told them, go ahead and create your own country, and then, hype up my country. So now they're spinning all of their wheels doing everything they can to try and burn themselves out to do something that's not even going to directly help your nation. It has to indirectly help your nation. That's probably the least efficient way to do things. That you can do that. That's how you would do that. That's a bad way to do things. It's not helpful. You're not going to get benefit from that. Vincent says, yeah. Robert says, scammer. Nate says, get more original. And then they put a whole bunch of stuff. Robert says, scammers. Corsi says, oh, sweet Jesus. Nate says, joke's on you. Dislikes don't disappear anymore. Absolutely. And also, it helps us a bunch. We're still getting helped. Vincent says, bro, I literally do not care what this dude says. Robert said, tired of these people. If only AP can IP ban. Agreed, but we're killing it. Torrance says, Nate, that's not a good thing. Robert says, AP can still steal, and they just removed public dislikes. Nate says, the dislikes? Yep, they're talking about dislikes. Corsi says, I know, but it just blows up AP himself. Agreed, it helps. It helps us. We're growing that live stream. And it's not just AP, it's Aeternia. It helps to grow Aeternia. It helps to build our watch time up. That's what's important. Torrance says, how long is the stream? I need to shower. Go shower, Torrance. We'll be back. If you leave it playing, it'll help our watch time, and you can go shower and come back and keep commenting. And it would just help to blow up our watch time. We're going to probably be streaming for like 3 or 4 hours. Right now we're at 1 hour and 26 minutes, so at least another hour and a half, probably another 2.5 hours. Let's see. Corsia says, I'll be back with 40 people. Please, Corsia, we need it. We need that 40 people. Come on, Corsia. Blow this stream up. If you got 40 people in the stream, we would only need to stream for like, oh goodness, 45 minutes. We would only need to stream for 45 minutes to get 30 watch time hours. Robert says, because of a certain video, rewind 2018, everybody hated rewind 2018, and they started doing dislikes, and then they banned the dislikes because everybody hated rewind 2018, is what Corsi is talking, or is what Robert's talking about. Reptiles, jump back in. I appreciate you. Reptile says, Torrance Kingman going to be around 2 to 4 hours? Yeah. Torrance says it's not because of rewind, it's a larger agenda. What's the larger agenda? What's the inside scoop, Torrance? You got some YouTube conspiracy theory to tell us? If you unveil it, they might shut down the stream, so let us know. Torrance says removing public dislikes is a part of the misinformation war. Oh goodness, Torrance, this is a weird conspiracy. Corsi says, Robert says, hello Jimmy. What's up, Robert? Vincent says, name and flag. And then you got all their stuff banned. Vincent bans people before I even see them. I appreciate it. Empire of Corsi says, Jimmy a little sus. And then Jimmy deleted his message. Reptile says, Reptile Keeper, have any bearded dragons? I think they do. He said, no, I have a corn snake. Very cool. I didn't know what type of reptiles you had, reptiles. Robert says, misinformation war. We all know you're just salty just can't see dislikes on CNN videos. Silly. Robert says, I don't watch American news media, Robert. Why not? Like, I watch comedians who do news stuff, but yeah, they still watch like news media stuff, so I guess I kind of do to some extent. Robert says, scammer, not again. Everybody say it's spammer. There we go. Thanks for blocking him, Vincent. Gorth says, just ignore him, guys. He's doing it because he wants attention. That's very true, but it's also giving us attention in those watch time hours. Watch time hours. Robert says, so which media do you watch? That's a great question for Torrance. Reptile says, bloody heck. Nate says, true, Gorth. Torrance says, channels television from Nigeria and WION from India are two sources I like right now. Oh, very cool. I don't think I've checked out either of them, but interesting. Do they cover any U.S. news, or is it just world news? World news is obviously more important and impactful, but I do like to keep up with U.S. stuff, which just because it's here. But I know people criticize American news media a lot. Robert says nice. Torrance says any American media I choose independent small networks. Ooh, hit us up with some. I like Vice. You know what I mean? Like I like some of the documentaries they do. Robert says that's understandable. I like Sky NRES, Sky News. Oh gosh, from Australia. That's pretty cool. I'd like to learn more about them. Torrance says, ooh, we got 8 viewers. Thank you guys for pumping it up. Hey. Torrance says, channels, television, and WION both stream 24/7 free on YouTube. Very nice. Robert says, I mostly just watch the clips, not the reports. I do the same thing, Robert. Torrance says, Sky News is okay, but American, European news media has a Western bias and hides things. All media is based bias, obviously, but I appreciate the outward view on Western civilization. Makes sense. I agree with that. Robert says, yep, I just watch clips and not reports to decide for myself. I also watch multiple different sources to see which ones make the most unbiased report. Makes sense. Gathering a larger data pool really helps to just kind of sniff out those biases. And it also just helps you to be more informed as an individual, seeing everybody's take on a particular event. Gore says, I have to go, y'all. Nice talking to you. See you, Gore. Thank you for hanging out with us. Torrance said, clips are good. Cut out the pundits. Agreed. Gore, if you can come back and hang out with us later. We'll be streaming for like another hour and a half to potentially 2.5 hours. Robert says, yep, I love clips. Vincent said it's one guy making many accounts. Yeah, I imagine so. White Wind joined us. Hey, White Wind, we missed you, man. White Wind said 51 minutes late. That's better than last time. Than 4 hours late. Agreed, but we're trying to get back to 4 hours again. Sneaking in for the win. So, if you can support us and keep helping us make these cool streams, I appreciate that. Nate says, I helped. Nice, White Wind. Thanks for helping, Nate. And also, awesome, White Wind. Torrance says, okay, I'm done. Hey, very cool. Done with the shower or done with whatever? Manu says, I'm a bad duelist. Oh, at Yu-Gi-Oh! White Wind says, bless you, Tiffany, from earlier. Navik says, hello, Emperor AP. What's up, Navik? I missed you. How are you? Nate says, mind if I make an over-the-top song for Dave Vitae? No, please do. Hit us up in Discord or at our email, eternianempire@gmail.com, and we'll hit it up. White One says, at Vincent, wasn't it that one guy made the troll Micronation that was communist and the weirdest flag ever? Vincent said, yeah, he was using the flag of Oceania from 1984. Oh, goodness. You should never hype dystopian fiction as the, benefit of your Micronation. George Orwell. Oh, goodness. White One said, that's what I thought. Robert says, nuke law. If a Micronation had a nuke, I would be scared. Agreed. Micronation should not have nukes. Nobody should really be having nukes, but they do. White One says, by weirdest flag ever, I was meaning country flags. And I mean, I only need some uranium, plutonium with some cyanide. Stop creating nukes. Robert says, whoa. Robert says, White Wind, don't nuke me. Hands up, don't nuke. Agreed, Robert. Shouldn't be nuking. White Wind says, LOL, we're a pacifist Micronation, although we do have a large military just for defense. That's not pacifist. That's just not passive. Pacifist means like you won't fight under any circumstances, defensive or offensive. Don't call yourself pacifist and then be like, but if you swing at me, it's on. Like, no. Robert says, in White Wind with that cross, are you a theocrat? Nate says, all Micronations will give me a big red button for their nukes, so I'm in control. Yeah, they're all going to develop nukes and then be like, okay, Nate, it's all you, buddy. You get to make the decision. Oh, goodness. Nobody make nukes. Nobody have nukes. It's bad. White One says, okay, I think I'm spending $100 a month on military and not a theocrat. Dude, you're spending $100 a month? Boy, give us some of that money. What you doing? Help us out. Also, that's crazy. Not a theocrat. Makes sense. Nate says, premarital affection? Oh, goodness. Wait, what? Oh, when we were like dancing? Robert says, sovereign citizens are silly. If state is a wall, they drove a truck into it on purpose. Agreed. Sovereign citizens are silly. Robert says the U.S. failed to exist after the 14th Amendment. Buchanan was the last legal president. They told us, yeah, they're very silly. They got a lot of weird conspiracy theories. Vincent said, what? Robert says, you can't arrest, I don't belong to a stage, they told us. Yeah, it's straight up like fake citizens. Not fake citizens, it's straight up conspiracy theorists, or what sovereign citizens are. Nate says, Rob, I'm interested, and they're racist a lot of the time. Like, their ideology, like, goes back to, like, just direct racism. And, like, white supremacists and stuff. It's a big problem. Nate says, Robert, I'm interested. Robert says, the Carolinas haven't existed as a constitutional state since 1867. I'm quoting sovereign citizens. These are their beliefs. Agreed. And they're very stupid, and you shouldn't support them. And they're, again, linked back to white supremacists. They're bad guys. Shouldn't do it. Nate says, Vincent said, Robert, what are you saying? Oh, never mind. Yeah, everybody was about to, like, get onto Robert till they realized he was memeing on sovereign citizens. Nate says, yes, I know what you're talking about, LOL. Robert says, the Morris Nation, the Reborn Republic of the Carolinas are two of the biggest groups. They have engaged in numerous protests over the last 10 years in New Jersey. They squatted in 12 houses occupying them. Yeah, it's kind of a meme. Don't be a part of it. It's really sad. Corsia says, what are your end goals, Aeternia? Our end goal is to, I think like most micronations, become a completely sovereign, recognized completely sovereign, recognized nation, like any other nation in the world. We're talking U.S., Great Britain, Canada, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, France, Spain, Australia, I said Australia, South Africa, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, all of these different places, China. We want to be a recognized nation, a country, like any other country, with the same rights, benefits, privileges, economic means, and ability to rule our citizens as we see fit. We want to be independent. So that being the case, we're going about doing that in a positive way, in a way that helps to benefit the nation that we're coming from, being at the United States, and doing so without trying to cause any divide or any rift. But supporting the United States, creating investment in the United States, and then using that to build and develop more independence for ourselves away from the United States. So, and not just the United States, but every country. We want to get people from other countries as well to continue helping us to build more and more independence for Aeternia and to become Aeternian citizens themselves, even though they may have bases of operations and places that Aeternia develops itself and invests in other countries. So that's Aeternia's end goal, is to ultimately create a network of local individuals in macronations who are supporting territories that are developed within macronations to fund and finance the building of territories that are outside of the jurisdiction of any macronation to be able to create a fully functional and operational economic system that improves and increases the independence of Aeternia exponentially every year. Every year we want to be doing more, we want to be improving in a greater facet than we were the year before. Obviously this is a very slow thing to kick off, but hopefully by the time I'm an old man, or by the time I pass Aeternia off to the next generation of Aeternians to lead, we will be getting closer and closer to that goal of full-scale independence. But please let me know if you have any other questions. One of our biggest primary goals with that, though, is technology. We believe that technology and pursuing automation are fundamental ways to achieve that very quickly and to compete with macronations. Information is one of the most universal things on the planet. A lot of businesses and a lot of companies that you would try to create or try to develop are already created by other people. And so in order to match their prices, you have to be able to build the infrastructure that they have, which is near impossible. So a ton of companies either have monopolies or have, oligopolies, where they are effectively having a small group of companies that control the market. But when you talk about technology, there are plenty of quote-unquote disruptive technologies that come out all the time. There are plenty of people who create small upstart businesses that end up changing the face of technology all around the world. So technology is a great equalizer, and it's a way that Aeternia can continue to pursue its goals in a way that competes directly with the macronational community and creates sincere economic advantage on our end. Robert says, read for it yourself. I'm shocked about that. The U.S. failed to exist after black people voted. Robert, getting it. Neiman. Torrance says, LOL, racial slurs. Racial slurs, they're not good. It's a big problem. Robert says, red. Nate says, I'm the irony king. Robert says, you should have a IP ban option. I agree. Torrance says, black people call each other the N-word every day. Sure, different people do. You know, still doesn't make it right for people to go out of their way to say it on the internet. Bad Bunny says, so I would change my citizenship before or after I apply for my tribal nations. What do you mean, Bad Bunny? I'm confused on what you're saying exactly. I don't think I understand exactly. Robert says, it's a thing called reclaiming Torrance. Vincent said, I mean, just because African Americans say it to each other doesn't make it right for someone to say it without context. I completely agree, Vincent. Torrance says, calling yourself a word used to dehumanize you is self-hate. Depending on the context, I feel like other people would disagree with you, Torrance, but I definitely hear you. Nate says, Robert, are there any books or videos about sovereign citizens? I'm intrigued. Nate, first off, let me tell you, again, if you're interested in it, they're white supremacists. They're like wrong. All their theories are incorrect and not true and will not hold up in a court of law. And also, they give micronationalists a bad name. They're people that sometimes people equate to micronationalism, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't at all. It's not the same thing, and they're really gross. So you can go and look up sovereign citizens and stuff all you want. Do not support them in any way. Make fun of them. They're gross and stupid, and they shouldn't be connected to micronationalism whatsoever. Torrance says, black people calling themselves the N-word is learned self-hate. I hear you, Torrance, but I don't know. Nate says, are interested. Torrance says, you're encouraging black people to call each other the N-word. I'm a 2-time college dropout. Business is not a difficult subject to learn. What do you mean, though? Like, you're like, business isn't difficult to learn. So you know everything about business. Like, you know everything. Like, you're done. You're like, I've dropped out of college twice. That's it. I don't need to learn any more in life. I'm done. Bad Bunny says a tribal nation. No, I hear that you're trying to start a tribal nation, it sounds like. What I'm curious about is why do you need to get... What I'm saying is other people who join your nation should not be connected to other micronations because it creates a conflict of interest for them. You don't necessarily have to give up your, for example, U.S. citizenship or macronational citizenship to start a micronation. You should just make sure that the people who are joining your micronation are not also developing their own micronational projects because it can be a conflict of interest. Torrance says AP is small-minded, the folly of Aeternia. How? Because I said that it's difficult? It's difficult. I feel like that's approaching it logically and reasonably to say this is a difficult topic. Business and micronationalism are difficult topics that someone does, if they truly want to understand it in depth, need years of experience and potentially book learning, like, formal education to really, really understand the dynamics of. It's important. It's necessary. Robert says that I don't know any books out there. Nate says true. Bad Bunny says, and you can have joint relationships with outside geographic groups. What you mean? Nate says dumb topics. Torrance says you're not teaching me anything, AP. I'm ahead of you. Great. I'm glad. Good for you. Like you're doing your own thing. Very cool. So what is it? Like tell me. Like kill it. Kill the game, Torrance. Torrance says so you are building a nation or a business? Torrance says, you're taught me nothing. You're giving me nothing to me unless you can apply it to my immediate needs. Great. I'm trying to understand what you're doing, Torrance. Torrance says, I'm building a country. I'm inspired by the Freeport Tortuga project. It starts with a national corporation to make all the legal claims. Then you transition. Good luck. Did you do it? Like, did it work? I'm waiting. Vincent says, well. Robert says, oh, bit. Vincent says, that seems like a lot of work. Vincent says, and similar to the game Killzone. Interesting. Robert says, Freeport Tortuga Project. Benjamin says, we have a plan to group fund land. Good luck with it. Torrance says, if it was easy, it wouldn't be worth it. You just said it was easy. You just said it was easy, Torrance. What are you doing? You're like, run a nation like a business, and by the way, business is easy, and I know because I do business all the time. Business is easy. But also, that does sound hard, and it is hard. But it's easy. But it's hard, but it's easy. What? Again, congrats, Benjamin. Good luck to group fund the land. Vincent says, that's true. You're trying to do something that seems beneficial for you mainly. Torrance says, Aeternia has the following to be so much more, but its leadership limits itself. That's very true. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know everything. If I did, yeah, Aeternia would be popping off. There are plenty of, like, things that a micronationalist needs to learn. And we've talked about this already on the channel. You know, being great at media marketing, being great at business, being great at foreign relations, being great at politics, being great at, planning and time management and accounting are all things that are, like, really important for a micronationalist to master. But one person doesn't master all of those things alone. You're always going to have weak points. So yeah, 100%. Technology, understanding more about technology. Weak points. Everybody has weak points. Benjamin says Seattle. Hey, congrats. Nate says Capitol Hill and Autonomous Zone. Got you. Capitol Hill. Thank you. It was on Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C. Yeah, that would have been huge, huge news if they had declared themselves a micronation. But they didn't. Torrance said, no, Vincent, not at all. This is generational wealth for all citizens. How though? Like, okay. Robert says, I remember Chaz. Vincent says, so what limits does AP put in place to prevent its full potential? That's a great question. Robert says, some silly fool called the president of Chaz a warlord. Why? Why were they calling him a warlord? Was he declaring war on anybody? Like, warlords are, like, brutal. Like, if you ever see, like, if you, like, look up the history of, like, being a warlord, warlords, like, show up in places and, like, destroy communities and, like, take them over and, like, abuse their citizens, steal all their valuable resources, give it to all of their, military members, and then they leave, and then they go do it to the next area. That doesn't sound like a warlord. Manu says, is it just me or is AP very delayed in reading chat? 100% I am. I went through the whole, like, intro to the video and then chat. Like, yeah, I'm far behind chat. Vincent says, I mean, they did brandish firearms, but BLM isn't terrorist. They're not terrorists. Vincent says, and didn't do nice things to people. I think they're trying to make a political statement. I think there's a lot more complexity, Vincent, than you realize in the situation, or maybe that a lot of people realize. I think the media, like, doesn't do them justice, especially right-wing media. But that being the case, BLM is a civil rights movement. Torrance says, Vincent, you should definitely host and mod AP's and I's eventual summit discussion. Robert says, you're just mad because you see marching minorities. Got him. Torrance says, Jaya, yes, because he goes off on tangents. Nothing wrong with that. I appreciate it, Torrance. Robert says, your statements are low-key racist sometimes. Whose statement? Like, my statements? Hit me up. I want to learn. Torrance says, Robert, I'm, quote, black. Robert says, they're talking to each other. It's Robert and Torrance talking back and forth. Got you. Robert says, what do you mean with those quotations? Torrance says, I don't actually identify as black, but my parents do, and that's how I'm categorized. I reject the pseudoscience of race. Torrance says, AP purposely distorts my idea. Just tell me the idea. Like, I'm reading your direct quotes, and then I'm saying what I think about those direct quotes. So it's not like I'm, like, cutting off part of you, like, what you said. I'm just gauging my understanding of what you said. It's not purposeful. If you have a better way of explaining it, say it, and then I'll say it on here, and then I'll give my opinion. Robert says, okay, race is a pseudoscience. Vincent said, you would eventual summit discussion. Robert says, it really is. The only one race is a human race. Makes sense. Torrance says, no, the national corporation is privately owned. It operates, what? as a private business. It is not ran by the government. There's no communism in Canada. Well, having nationalization of businesses does not and industries does not make something communist. That's just a misunderstanding of like a large, you know, dynamic economic situation versus making something inherently like a very focused term. Robert says races evolve to different climates. Torrance says glad we can agree on that, Robert. Torrance says yep. Ethnicity is real, race is fake. Diversity is the beauty of the human race. I'm Kingmanian, and that's all that matters to me. There's no tax evasion. I'm playing the elites at their own game. I don't know. Like it sounds like if you're saying I'm doing something that like elite people are doing to evade taxes, but I'm doing it without like all this money in fact, it seems like you can get in trouble for it. I don't know. Maybe you won't. Maybe you're killing it, and I just don't understand. Benjamin says Torrance unity is anarcho-socialist. I agree. Torrance says nice. I'm a libertarian socialist, so we probably align on a few things. Vincent said Torrance, what do you mean you'd want to have a summit with me? Manu says, I mean, he's significantly more delayed than other times. Agreed, because I like did the whole introductory concept without talking in the chat at all, and then now I'm in the chat. Torrance says, I was just talking about hypothetical live stream discussion between me and AP. Vincent said, like in a call or something. Torrance says, call or video if I can get a setup in time, if he's open to it, not a debate or discussion. Sure. Robert says, Torrance, I'm a socially liberal Georgist, actually. Vincent said, you can contact him. I appreciate it. Corsia says Robert is based. Torrance says Robert, I'm personally classically socially liberal. Corsia says Kingman, me too. Interesting. Manu says if race is a constructed idea, I think it can still affect people's lives if there are people or institutions that keep the idea alive. I agree with that, Manu, and it's important to like identify. Robert says what is Kingmanianism? Manu says countries are completely made up, but look at how they've affected many aspects of our existence. Torrance says it's learned and thought in the home. Yes, the media doesn't help. Torrance says, yep, countries are lines on the map. Vincent says, the media is propaganda. Yeah, but everything's propaganda. Ryan's literal name on here is all art is propaganda. Torrance says 100% true, Vincent. Robert says, countries are just tribes, basically. I feel like the connotation of what a tribe is isn't like the same as a country, though. But I do hear you. Torrance says the history books gave us instructions for starting a country, but a lot of those history books are filled with incredible violence, so I don't think that's the right way to start a country in the modern era. Nate says very true. Manu says not really. Yeah, I agree, Manu. Corsia says libertarian socialism is more for the people and is what I hope to center my nation around. We will be built by the people, for the people, but if you want to be capitalist, that's cool, be cool. Interesting. Manu says tribes and countries can have similarities. Corsia says I'll return to my quest for more likes in the stream and more people to watch. Thank you very much. That means a lot, Corsia. It helps us a ton. Legitimately, you have no idea. Trying to hit that like 4,000 watch time hours is a daily struggle for us. And I can't stream every day. So sometimes, the watch time hours will go up a little bit and then they'll immediately dip back down if I can't stream for a day. So having you guys help us out means a ton. Nate says, AP, on the 10th anniversary of Aeternia, bring back the Fave Features show for one episode. I should do that. I like the concept. Corsia says, the more I learn about Aeternia and Emperor AP, the more I feel like becoming a territory to BH. Hey, I appreciate it, Corsia. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to have you become a part of us and to learn about your interests. Nate says, Vice is not the best in my opinion, LOL. That's fair. I definitely have heard criticisms of Vice. They produce good content, you know what I mean? Long documentaries, but informative. Robert says, I'm starting my own ideology. Robertism is a mix of micronationalism, Georgism, social liberalism, and democratic confederalism. That's a lot of terms. Torrance says, Vice used to be good. The documentaries have better production, but less substance now. Makes sense. Robert says, Vice is real life. Nice. I love their militia content. They do militia content. Torrance says, do it, Robert. Write everything down, Robert. Robert says, I like where they have those militias. Oh, goodness. Don't support militias, Robert. Oh, goodness. Robert says, yep, I wrote my manifesto, actually. Oh, goodness. Goodness, Robert. Torrance says, anywhere I could check it out online. Robert says, no, it's on paper in my notebook. Sorry. Vincent said, I just watched the local news for the weather. Solid weather reports. Benjamin said, where do you get flags made? Online, or actually, better yet, Vincent can make you a flag. Vincent has a business that is going through Aeternia, that's getting to be registered, that does make flags. Vincent makes flags. If anybody wants their flag made, hit up AeternianEmpire@gmail.com or message me in Discord and we can discuss getting your flag made by Vincent. Made in Aeternia by Aeternians for you. Torrance says, don't be sorry, that's where it should be. Robert says, yeah. Vincent says, I don't know, but I'm starting a handmade flag making business for Micronations. Yeah! Torrance says, Benjamin, I checked it in a local t-shirt printer. It may be cheaper to have it done by an online company, but it could take longer. Torrance says, great idea, Vincent. Vincent said, I bought a sewing machine and I'm looking to get contracts from Micronations to make their flag, so hopefully the business goes well. I believe in you, Vincent, and we're happy to help become grow your business as an Aeternian business. Torrance says, I'm interested, Vincent. Do you offer in-house designing? I would like to update my flag before having it made. No, but Torrance, I do. I have like Photoshop and I do graphic design work, so if you want, I can absolutely help to design that, and then we could send it to Vincent and have him make the flag. It's completely reasonable. So Torrance, if you are interested in that, DM me on Discord, email me at AeternianEmpire@gmail.com. We could set it up. You could contract Aeternia to make your flag design and actual physical product. Nate says, would AP be opposed to a church opening in Aeternia or like a missionary? No, not at all. We are open to all religions. We just do not advocate for any particular religion. We are a secular micronation, but we do not reject religion. Anybody can practice any faith they want. Vincent says, well, Torrance, I make what you send me. So then, yeah, I can do that. Torrance, I can hit you up with it. Let me see. Vincent said, what? Robert says, okay, guys, I just got a Discord message regarding American democracy. Oh, interesting. Torrance says, okay, so no in-house designing, no problem. Still interested in a possible physical design made after I finish the design. I can design it, Robert. Robert Torrance. Vincent said, so I'd want you to submit a design. I'd set up an email so I can make it. I won't have my business up till July, though, so I'm sure we'll cross paths again. Robert says, my friend named Jack said he started the National People's Club, directly inspired by the National Party of Russia that was abolished 2008. He said a few friends joined the NPC. Are they ironic? I don't know. Interesting. Vincent said, but I'm sure by then you'll have your flag designed the way you like it. Fake Name said, damn, late again, but it's good to have you here, Fake Name. That's what's important. You're helping us to grow these watch time hours. We're almost at 2 hours, so if we've had an average of 7-8 people in the chat right now, 2 hours going on, that keeps us at about 16 watch time hours, but we need to hit 32 for today to get that full scale 3,500 watch time hours. We're trying to hit 35, so if you guys can help us to keep pushing, we will do it. Robert says, but he said next year he'll start the National Bolshevik Party of America when he's of age. Interesting. Nate says, Robert, damn right-wing communism, that never works. Interesting. Fake Name says, tech is not what's referred to as the great equalizer. That may not be what it is referred to, but that's what I'm saying. Robert says, so he will start the Nazbol Party and try to get governors and stuff elected over the next 10 years. Torrance says, Elon Musk is an African-American. Interesting, Torrance. Because he's literally from Africa. Yeah, I get you. Robert says, if NPC secedes, America fails, but he's an edgelord. Interesting. Vincent said he's South African. Technically correct. Yeah. Nate says, Robert, his passion, I respect his passion, but no, it won't work. You never know what people will do. Robert says he was born in Africa and moved to America. Yep. Vincent says, I don't know if Mr. Musk is an American citizen, but if he was, he'd be an African American. Yep, that's true. Tara says, keep twisting my words, AP. What are you talking? Tell me the thing that I'm doing. Nate says, AP, I was saying, I was interested in learning how dumb they are, not to support them. Makes sense. Robert says, LOL won't. Yeah, sovereign citizens. When the KKK was founded in 1867, they had some of the similar beliefs. Vincent said, that's scary. Yep, it really is. Robert says, like the major 14th Amendment point, which basically says the U.S. failed to exist after minorities voted. Yeah, it's really gross. Torrance says, nationalism and supremacy are two different ideologies. Torrance says, we're all micronationalists. Yep. Um, Torrance says, yes. Robert says, nationalism is being proud of your country and supremacy is saying, hey, I'm better. Torrance says, I don't like the media distorting white nationalism and white supremacy is the same thing while neglecting to bring coverage to non-white movements doing the same thing. I don't think people should support white nationalism or white supremacy. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Robert says, so you show pride for your micronation but don't think it's supreme. Torrance says, exactly. I believe in self-determination for all people and groups. Vincent says, so what exactly is a white nationalist? Torrance says, reject any world order. I don't know about that. Fake name says, Raz Simon was, one, not a president, and two, walked around with armed followers and basically took control, so he kind of was like a racist, like a white supremacist? What are you talking about? Torrance says, yep, Robert. Vincent says, I mean, America was white nationalist for a long time. Yeah, really gross. Fake name says, having problem with racist, there's a Sherman for that. Oh, goodness. Vincent says, until 1967 when segregation was made, 1969 when segregation was made illegal. Yeah. I appreciate you, Tiff. Tiff's whispering encouraging words into my ear. She really felt this. That's true. Still, I appreciate you, Tiff. Could you do me a huge favor? Could you get me a tea? It would help me out. I appreciate you. You're very helpful to me. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Tiff never wears skirts, and she's wearing a cute skirt today because she's cute. Robert says, personally, I think you have a right to leave a country via popular request. Vincent said, well, here's the thing. As many white Americans never wanted African Americans to even be in the United States. Robert says, but unilateralism, the legislature leaving with no popular support is kind of, yeah. What? Corsia says, I would love to be in a micronationalist summit with all nations. As they said, all men were created equal, but as we will state, all people are created equal. Agreed. Vincent says, in the Lincoln administration sent former slaves to Liberia because of that belief. Agreed. Yeah, weird. Fake name says, in Cusnaria, we don't see colors. There's only Cusnarians and non-Cusnarians. Makes sense. Robert says, so if a white republic were to leave via a council of community leaders, a referendum is good, but unilateralism is bad. What? I don't think you should create nations based on race lines, but I hear you guys. Torrance says, yep, and Liberian settlers enslaved Native Africans. Fake name says, a tribe is legally a group of humans. Robert says, Liberia is a failed state because of those settlers. Vincent says, anyways, we should change the topic from this to something else. Agreed, racial stuff. Torrance says, let's plan a summit. Vincent said, a summit about what? Torrance says, remember, Robert, Africans did not draw borders around Africa. That's where the problem starts. Okay. Agreed, but okay. Robert says, exactly, those Europeans' militias aren't always bad. Says, fake name. Robert says, like Syria. Vincent said, Europeans drew borders without consideration for the people who live there. Agreed. Corsia says, I wonder why Liberia failed. It's almost like kidnapping slaves, taking them to America via Atlantic slave trade, keeping them there for hundreds of years, and then sending them back to their descendants won't lead to bad times. But also, you can't know exactly if that's where those people were from, so you may just be dropping them off in another random part of a continent that they've never been to. That they've certainly never been to, but that they may not even have any, lineage connection to either, so... Yeah, you're just doing randoms. You're just dropping people randomly in the world. Torres says, yep, damn Belgians. He said Belgians, but I think he means Belgians. Either way. Robert says 1990s. Okay, they're going back and forth about all this stuff with history and this. Uh, Torres says, damn AP, let's get the design made LFG. Again, just email me. Email me about it and I got you. Robert says, lots of these third world conflicts are race wars. Torres says, tribal wars, Robert. I do agree with that. I think it's more tribal than race related. Vincent says, yeah, the former slaves were sent to liberal literary made this. What? Nate says, all right, I'll evangelize in Aeternia in a few years. Yeah, that sounds good. Also, real quick, this is super important. Super duper important. Super important. What do you want the summit to be about? Torrance? Fake Name says, I personally am a Christian, but I have atheist and Muslim friends, so Casnaria is a secular nation. I support that. That means a lot. I think being inclusive despite your own beliefs is super important to, one, grow a nation which is going to be diverse, to allow for the most amount of outreach, and to be able to work with community in ways that it couldn't if it just had one single perspective. And it also allows for you to understand more about the needs of the people that you're going to be meeting in the future. Benjamin says, wait, what is your Discord name? I think mine is at Emperor AP, but if you, oh goodness, if you go to our previous stream, you should be able to find a link to our Discord. If not, I will go ahead and make a new one and drop it in. If somebody, maybe Vincent can post a link to the Discord. Vincent, if you're still in here, if you can copy a link to the Discord and invite people, I would appreciate it. Robert says Nigeria, Syria, and others. Corsia says Kingsman. I am 16-year-olds with a love for history and geography, but naturally there are many other factors that come from other things. Robert says, oh yeah, tribes. Torrance says, nice fake name. Robert says, sorry, most sources say race war. I get you. Torrance says, to push the pseudoscience of race. Robert says, tribe wars are disgusting. Fake name says, Nazbol is no. Torrance says, your nation and tribe is real. Race is fake. I get you, Torrance. Corsia says, you might believe third world nations suffer from race wars. There's a reason. For example, the Congo War, the deadliest war since World War II. Africa was ultimately a byproduct of white men. I get you. Robert says, such as Nigeria, guns are the great equalizer. But they don't need to be. Technology. In the modern day, technology, great equalizer. Guns at the time were a new technology that were becoming a great equalizer. Now, technology. I'm doing the money sign, but know this is technology, I guess. Torrance says Nigeria has a lot of potential. Robert says Nigeria and Congo and Syria. Torrance says Africa has a lot of potential. Robert said million dead. What is this? What is this summit supposed to be about? Torrance, inform me. Inform me. Also, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna move the stream so that I can sit down. I'm dropping the stream down low and angling it so I can sit and see you guys in the show. What's up? Okay, so Casaria says burden with European nations building civilizing with European nations, quote, civilizing the natives against their will, and now we blame them for giving guns and trying to be modern. Robert says why tribal Europeans caused wars. Torrance says, and the elites know this. Modern scramble for Africa happening right now. Robert says Congo is a failed state. Corsia says, and then we complain at them for wanting some compensation for the damage and millions the Western world ultimately armed and rationalized to these people. Vincent says, hey, 10 viewers. Thank you guys for ending us up with 10 viewers. 23 likes on the stream so far. Those likes help us out a ton. I'm sure that's Corsia helping us out with trying to pull more viewers in. I definitely appreciate you guys. If you're new hanging out, definitely drop a comment and let us know what you think about our conversation. But I'm curious to know what everybody's up to tonight. Vincent says Africa does have a lot of potential to be a beautiful continent. I think they already are a beautiful continent. I just think they're trying to expand technologically, just like everybody else. Robert says M23 RCD, all product of some 100-year grudge. Robert says a 5-star Congolese general was killed by M23. Oh goodness. Fake news says most African nations are failed states due to being fabricated. I think due to like political instabilities that were there when they were first created by like colonial developers. Yeah. Corsia says yes, they are, but ever tough. Hey, I wonder why cutting off people's hands for rubber are bad. Oh goodness. Fake name says Raz Simon was the Chaz warlord. Oh goodness. Again, I still don't understand why he was like called a warlord though. Corsia says Vincent agreed. A beautiful place shrouded in the shadow of the white man's burden and falling into the heart of darkness. It's really sad. I like the reference to the book Heart of Darkness. Torrance says, "LOL, that's cute." What's cute? Robert says calling Rad as a warlord is disrespectful to victims of real warlords. I do agree. Vincent says yeah. Fake name says there's a good chance I'm spelling the name wrong as my Imperial Guard perfect constantly tells me I have horrible spelling. I appreciate you though still. Also, we have 11 viewers, 23 likes. If we kept this for another hour, we would be getting real close to those 32 watch time hours we need tonight to be able to hit 3,500 watch time hours for the channel, getting close to 4,000 and getting monetization. Caesarius says Lincoln, sadly, even when fighting for the emancipation of slaves, was in favor of colonialization as to stop the myth of mixing, which white Southern aristocrats believed would be apocalyptic, which, as we know, is just false and really bad. Agreed. I think it's really weird because, like, looking back at history, things did not need to be the way that they were, and a lot of the time we have to justify, or people attempt to justify, the inaction or the weird like kind of action of leaders by saying like, oh well, it was just the time or whatever, and it's like, yeah, but the time was garbage, and those people knew enough at the time and how much it was garbage to know, that there needed to be some change, so they did some, but it's weird to then give in to other parts of it. I think that's a problem. Corsia says, no, false is just really bad. Torrance says, AP, let's get the design made. I have a rough draft that needs some finishing touches. Perfect. If you can send it to me, I can send you some rates. Aeternianempire@gmail.com or Discord message. Robert says, AP, I would like to say, I'm not saying create countries based on race. I'm saying you have a right to leave. Agreed. Robert says, actually, Frederick Douglass talked Lincoln out of colonization. Very cool. Vincent says, Freddie D, man, he was a real one. Absolutely. Robert says, Freddie D was a real man. Fake name says, big news, AP. The very first incursion talks might begin soon. Oh, goodness, Cosnaria. Calm down, Cosnaria. You're going to be shooting people. Don't be shooting people with those airsoft guns. Vincent says, we can't post links. Oh, my bad, Vincent. Sorry about that. Even though you're like a mod, that's wild. Vincent says fake name back at it again with the white vans and with the incursion talk. Fake name says I'm not ever even pushing the idea right now. It's a real thing. I know we're teasing you, man. You're always in here with the incursion talks, so we're hyped to see that you're doing it, but I'm curious to see how it'll work out. I'm gonna set this actually. It's down right here so I can stop straining my neck. Good. Sorry for that weird delay, everybody. I was trying to fix this and I accidentally hit a button, pulled out of the thing. Here we go. This should be a bit better. Let me scoot this guy forward. Scoot my chair up. And here we go. Maybe tilt it down just a little so that way I can relax. Fake name says it's a real thing. Vincent says I know, but it's your thing, Cosnaria. Fake name says that's not what I meant. Torrance says a summit on the future of real micronationalism. What does that mean, though, Torrance? Like, real micronationalism. I think I get what you're saying. Like, micronations that are putting more effort versus others, or micronations that have more realistic objectives, realist versus fantasy micronations. But I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't say that some micronations are real. I think realist, having goals that aspire to a certain realism is important, but I don't think you should say some micronations are real while others are fake, because that leads to real negative connotations about other micronations. Fake Meme says there's a war hawk on Facebook. He's calling for battle against his enemies. That's silly. It's like a micronation that's just memeing or what? Um, Ryan says AP still here. Hey, thank you, Ryan. That means a lot. Being here and legitimately supporting the stream. One, it helps because the second that I can get monetization, the second that all this becomes a little easier, because then I don't have to keep pushing for monetization, so I can focus on more edited content, and I can focus on live streams that allow us to just have some ad revenue come in. So yeah, I definitely appreciate it. The longer that you guys can stay in and hang out with us tonight, the closer that we get and the faster that we get to our goal of 4,000. So you guys being here helps us to grow the next stream, because if we can get this stream popping off more, the next stream will pop off even harder, and so on and so on and so forth. So thank you guys. Fake Name says a policy alliance I am in is hosting a court for him and his enemies in hopes it'll stop it from bursting into conflict. But it sounds like so incursion is the way to prevent conflict by having like a controlled environment for the conflict, it sounds like. That's good. I'm sorry that this guy's like a war hawk and he's like going crazy. But it sounds like there's a good way to help create some resolution. What are going to be the terms of it is my curiosity. Like, what do you think will people get out of it in the long term? Is there any kind of like concession that'll have to be made? Will people lose like money over it? What's the thing? Raz said, or like territory or citizens or what? Raz says, yes, it's still streaming. I made it. Sorry I'm late. I was watching Star Wars. That's all good. Thank you for joining us. I am appreciative to hear you're watching Star Wars, because I want to watch the new Obi-Wan Kenobi series. I've always wanted to do more conversations on in-depth looks at like Star Wars countries and how to like compare them to micronationalism, what we can learn about them. Star Wars has a ton of like its own internal culture and lore, and I would love to dive into that at some point, dealing with micronationalism and how micronations can learn a thing or two from Star Wars. But that being the case, I'm glad to see you're here. What have you been up to tonight, Raz? And also, we're trying to hit 3,500 watch time hours tonight. We're close. We're only 32 watch time hours away. So if this stream hits 32 watch time hours tonight, we have 3,500. That's only 500 left to go. That means if every stream following it gets 30 watch time hours, we don't need that many more streams. We need if it was 25, we would need 25 times 2 would be 50, times 10 would be 100, so 20 more streams. But since it's 30, we can estimate up to, say, maybe 20, 26, 27 more streams, something like that, to hit 4,000 watch time hours. So we can do it. We can legitimately do it tonight. Like, we can push to 3,500 watch time hours tonight, which would give us a big leg up to hit 4,000, hopefully before we go to Microcon, which would be incredible. If we went to Microcon with our monetization established, we would blow it up, and I appreciate it. And any like revenue that we get from Microcon would help to elevate us even more, and we could hopefully start to get more local citizens and keep growing even harder. Fake Name says, so we will see if the first incursion starts soon. I hope it does, and I hope you can tell us a little bit more that you learn about the platform as it develops. Ryan says, my fake name is Aiden, Neiman. Raspberry says, what's happening to everyone? Ryan says, it's really Aiden, spelled weird. Ryan says, nation states are inherently racist. Just all nation states. I get it. Like, Raz says, please inform. Yeah, I agree. Like, what you mean, Ryan? You always got these fresh takes. Corsia says, why do you think the states' rights myth exists? Late Southerners, upon having blacks in office before the Wilson administration, made the government segregated again. Saw that they were actually not bad. Saw that black people weren't bad. Yeah, like the horrible like segregation stuff has continued even after like technical breakdown of Jim Crow and like official desegregation in the South and even in the North, there have always been like a lot of weird like pseudo segregation stuff that's happened with like redlining and with just uh, a lot of like weird anti-affirmative actions that it's been gross and just a lot of like media bias. The police brutality, all of these things that we're seeing now that are becoming large topics of debate for civil rights are things that have been happening for decades and decades and decades. They just didn't get media attention until now as the newest step to kind of slowly make more change into civil rights for people of color. Torrance says, Robert, it wasn't a debate. Everyone was on the same side. Uh, hold up. Where's the Where's the debate thing? I'm confused. Um, Fake name says I'm not the combatant. Robert says I don't support the CSA. They did slavery and also they didn't have popular referendum. Agreed. Nobody should support the Confederacy. It's gross. Uh, Fake name says it's someone else. Ryan says next gen is bad and the only true way to eliminate it is to amputate the neck. Ryan, that's true. I mean, technically, if you can't feel anything, then neck pain isn't a problem. No pain is a problem, but you also shouldn't guillotine yourself to try and solve neck pain. That's kind of like flooding, that's like sinking your boat because you got a little bit of water on your jacket. Corsia says, and as such, they needed to justice, to justify, I assume he's saying, why they tried to leave the Union. Quote, it wasn't over slavery, guys. It was about the states' rights to have their own taxes and somewhere in there slavery, unquote. And I agree with that. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's something that people like, when talking about removal of Confederate statues, that whole argument came back up again in a weird, like, racist remembrance thing where it's like, no, 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 it's about states' rights. And I'm like, I don't know why this is coming up in like a modern context. Because you can clearly just look into like any history book and see that, yes, it was about slavery. And you can read the like direct quotes from the people who started the Confederacy saying it's about like, directly like inherent racism, like about the concept that one race is superior to another. Like it's really gross. It's super horrible. They had like eugenics beliefs and stuff too. So like, absolutely just the worst kind of people. And it can't be claimed otherwise. It's not reasonable to claim otherwise, I should say. Raspberry says, I tried to ban all open prejudice to certain groups, as I put it, but as I thought more on it, I realized that people may use it as an excuse to get out of criminal charges. I agree with that to some extent, but also I think that's something that if you did make it into a law would just have to be applied in a specific way. That's why, there's in the United States the idea of having a legislative versus judicial branch is the concept that you have some people who make laws and some people who interpret those laws. I think the current Supreme Court and the way that things are going and just trying to overturn fundamental stuff like Roe v. Wade and a whole bunch of other important issues that have been currently sidelined to push that agenda forward shows that there's really some inherent problems with the way that the system is structured. But nonetheless, I would still say that it's really important to understand that just because you create a law in your micronation to be one particular way does not necessarily have to mean that its interpretation is just whatever anyone wants. You can create specific interpretation for that. And so when you create a law, know that your interpretation will have some sway in that. So your law doesn't have to be perfectly airtight in order to be effective. You shouldn't throw out a good law just because it has potential loopholes. But the more detailed that you write the law, the less loopholes can go into it. Just make sure it's not overturned. Vincent says the Confederacy was a failed rebellion. Agreed, and it was one that cost an insane number of American lives and was really sad and gross, and for just racist reasons. Robert says states' rights to own slaves. Oh, got him. Robert says the CSA was secession. Stop conflating the terms. Agreed. Ryan says the CSA also abandoned states' rights doctrine during the Civil War and favored centralization. Agreed. Ryan was watching Checkmate Lincolnites, a video that by a historian who makes fun of the Confederacy and was showing me that the other day and talking about the concept that like yeah the Confederacy went from this concept of like having confederated states like all these states working together to form some kind of mishmash government to essentially creating like an autocracy where they essentially said no 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 never mind everything's under this one central government anyway in the Confederacy itself. Robert says the UN changed the definition in 1981. Corsia says it's really the rebellion when you are that incompetent. Robert says exactly. Raspberry, speaking of the Confederacy, fun fact, the so-called Confederate flag was actually never the official flag of the Confederacy. The military adopted it as a war flag. Interesting. Robert says multiple preachers in the CSA push for theocracy. Gross. Fake name says is Southerner born to a Texan who understands the generational humiliation. I love Confederacy bashing. Agreed, 100%. It's an important thing to do. People's kids should not grow up like having Confederate bumper stickers and stuff in the South. It's shameful. It's sad, and more importantly than any like generational shame that it brings. More important than that, it is harmful to people of color who actively have had to see themselves and their parents and their parents' parents go through institutional racism only to then feel like okay things may be getting marginally better. I may have slight hope for my children, and then to run into like 45 people in traffic with Confederate bumper stickers all the time, and people shouting in their town halls about states' rights and why we have to keep Confederate statues alive. That's disgusting. Ryan says people called the Civil War things like the Great Rebellion. Nasty. Robert says Aeternia Films made some good vids on the centralization part. All art made. Agreed. Robert, that's what they're talking about. The like checkmate Lincolnites things by Aeternia. Yeah. Corsia says, wait, so did you just make a reference definition made in 1981 when the Confederacy lasted from 1960 to 1865? So at the time it was a rebellion. I think he's saying that like the UN changed their definition of rebellion versus secession. Nothing to do with the Civil War specifically. Vincent said, well, the Confederacy was in reaction to Lincoln getting elected on the assumption, which was in retrospective they were right, that he was going to take their right to own slaves, so they rebelled. I could be wrong, but I thought they were like building up to it for a while though. Torrance says, you guys will keep the Confederacy going strong. Let's hope not. Jesus Christ, do not. Burn it down. Robert says a rebellion is a popular movement. Ryan says Star Wars is really political. It is really political. Corsia says average AP viewer. Okay, dude. Robert says secession is a state leaving or whatever. Big Name says I have a document I can send you. It's the refined incursion model that I got help from another micronational leader on. Very cool. Ryan says, does a rebellion have to be a popular movement? I don't think it has to be, right? Robert says the CSA wants a rebellion according to post-Biafra and Yugoslavian conventions. Wasn't a rebellion according to post-Biafra and Yugoslavian conventions. Got you. Corsia says a rebellion is stupid. More valuable lives in another war that would just be put down on paper. Agreed, and it was really gross. The reasons for it were really gross too. It wasn't even like there was benefit or like, it's just disgusting. Vincent says, Raz, I'm aware that the flag most people associate with the Confederacy is the battle flag / naval jack, and the flag of Georgia is the closest state flag to the first national flag of the Confederacy. Interesting. Big Name says it has rules and can help you understand what kind of outcomes could happen. That sounds interesting, Castneria. I'd be interested in reading it. Raz says, well, AP, today I finished my MicroWiki page and just hung out. I also had some delicious meatloaf for dinner. I'd like to see that. That sounds cool. I want some meatloaf, Raz. Hit me up. Robert says the RSK and Republic of Spurska, along with Biafra, were secessionists. M23 and the LRA are rebels. Got you. Ryan says the CSA is like, you see that white part? Go ahead and add some red there. Silly. Robert says rebellion isn't necessarily popular. It could just be one group rising up. Makes sense. Big Name says they should stop hosting Microcon in Vegas. Agreed, but that's the problem, right? Both Travis McHenry and Malasia are in Nevada. So it's like they're probably gonna. Like the main people who started it are in Nevada. So of course they're gonna host it in Nevada. Like it makes sense. They're not always gonna host it in Nevada. Most of the time they're gonna host it in Nevada unless it gets big enough to get traction to other places and the Micronations a part of it can afford to travel. But most of the time, yeah, they're gonna hold it in Las Vegas. It makes sense why they do. I don't think it's a good thing, but they do. Ryan says, incursion, what is this, 2B2T? Got him. Robert says, and as mentioned, unilateralism is terrible. Agreed. Robert says, and the CSA is a slave-owning atrocious state. Agreed. Ryan says, if it isn't in Vegas, how else will they fund the casino? That I appreciate that. See though, but it's like a family-friendly event, so I don't even think it's at the casino, I guess, because it's at a resort that has a casino. So yeah, they're funding the casino, but they're not like encouraging the micronationalists to go to the casino. Maybe they will. I've never been to MicroCon. Maybe you show up and they sit down and they say, by the way, make sure to check out the casino on your way out. Torrance says government mandated segregation is bad. Voluntary association is good. I think mandatory segregation is absolutely bad, but also cultural like sociological segregation is also not a good thing. Just wanting to have like the mindset of being a segregated person away from like other races that are a part of your same society is not a good thing. Fake name says Ryan. That's where I got the name from. Robert says if the CSA was popular, they were anti-human nature, thus it would be illegal. Makes sense. Fake name says why it's important that why is it important that it's a casino? Robert says exactly. Robert says exactly. Ryan says purging Spawn with the boys. LOL. Oh goodness. Robert says government segregation is terrible. Agreed, Robert. Raspberry says okay. Please catch me up on the current discussions. We were talking about territories and micronations. That was the original point of this stream. Now they're talking about the Confederacy, which I want to stop talking about, so we're going to change the topic. Francisco says, hello from Serbia, it's 3 a.m. Thank you for hanging out with us, Francisco. I appreciate you. If you do decide to stay up with us, or if you don't and you decide to just like watch the stream in the background while you go to sleep, it'll help our watch time hours. We're right now at 2 hours and 30 minutes for the stream. If we can go to 3 or 4 hours, we can have this stream on lock to get 30 watch time hours. So if we had 7, 14, 21, 28, if we can get over 7, average of 7 viewers, we can hit 30 watch time hours. We need 32 to hit to 3,500 watch time hours. So 7, 14, 21, 28. Oh goodness. 35 would be the next one. So if we went for 5 hours, we would definitely hit 30 watch time hours. But goodness. Vincent says, guys, if you don't have to be a historian to see that the Confederacy was a rebellion against the United States, I think they're just arguing about like UN terms, though. They're just being memers. I don't know. Ryan says, flooding the magazines to keep the ship from exploding. Agreed. Francisco says, and I cannot sleep, so I will have a convo with AP. Thank you, Francisco, for hanging out with us. I do appreciate that. The more people we can get in, the less time we have to stream to be able to hold that 32 watch time hour goal we're trying to get to. Raz says, hey, Francisco, how are you? Torrance says, eugenics is not necessarily bad. Yes, it is, Torrance. Yes, eugenics is bad. Ryan, do you want to school Torrance on eugenics stuff? Eugenics is absolutely horrible. If you support eugenics, that's gross. Francisco said, and it's also incorrect from a biological standpoint. Francisco said, how I gained land, I defended my country from terrorists. Oh, interesting. Tell us about that, Francisco. Ryan says, clearly we need better rebellions like the USA, against the USA to counter people liking the CSA. Ryan's like, if only the rebellions were more fired, then the CSA wouldn't be popular because it wouldn't be the only one. That's a roundabout way and a negative way of doing something slightly positive, I guess. Vincent said, well, eugenics and the way people have tried to implement it. No, I think eugenics, period. Robert says the CSA is evil. Torrance says negative eugenics is bad. I don't know what you mean by that though. Vincent says, I can see your argument that being getting rid of negative genes. Robert says, quite frankly, one person said the U.S. shouldn't have started the Civil War since they were very decentralized and would have collapse on their own. Um, I hear you, Robert. Torrance says, I want my kids to be smarter, healthier, and better looking than me, but they can without eugenics. Like, they can just through, like, you know, understanding more about diet, understanding more about, like, of course, the human genome. So, like, genetics is important. Understanding, like, genetics, but not necessarily eugenics, which is, like, race-based genetics, which you don't need necessarily. Ryan says, eugenics has been cringe and based on the same people being into it that'll continue to be cringe. Agreed. Robert says that argument might have made a minuscule amount of sense if the CSA didn't start the Civil War. Agreed. Raspberry says, what is eugenics? Torrance says, perfecting genes. But it's race-based, you know, concepts of perfection. It's the concept that different races have different biology, which is wrong. Like, Robert says, eugenics is breeding humans like dogs for a master race. Yes, Robert, that's pretty accurate. Fake Name says, I love Achin-Shi films. Francisco said, Confederacy had a better flag at least. Again, they're talking about the Civil War and why the Confederacy is gross. We're talking about why eugenics is gross, and why, you know, there's still not a lot of equal rights and civil rights in the United States for people of color. 10 viewers, 24 likes. Thank you guys for liking the video and thank you for hanging out. We're trying to hit 32 watch time hours tonight. So you guys having us at 10 viewers right now is helping to make that possible. If we can stay in for another couple hours, like 4 hours, right now we're at 2 hours, 35 minutes. If we stayed to 4 hours with 10 viewers, we would absolutely dominate getting that 32 watch time hours, or at very least get very, very close. But we're going to try and dominate it. Fake Name says, even if he is a bit of a bread tuber, whoa, what? What's a bread tuber? Tony says, naturally, not transhumanism. Robert says, Achin-Shi film is the best. Ryan says, the more stars on your flag, the more you win. Oh, goodness. Raz says, how do you perfect something? My view of perfection is very different from others. I don't think you do perfect something like genetics. That's kind of a gross concept. Vincent says, fake name, me too. I've been watching his channel for a long time. Yeah, Achin-Shi films, yeah. Robert says, Francisco, yes, the USA is a war crime country. Fake Name says, Robert said, Francisco, yes, the USA is a war crime country. They are, for sure. Fake Name says, away down south in the land of traitor. Agreed. Torrent says, a flag is not offensive to me. It doesn't have to be offensive to you, but it's offensive to plenty of other people. Fake Name says, rattlesnakes and alligators. Torrent says, AP, black people are afraid of flags. Torrent says, black people are not oppressed. I think there are plenty of people who are oppressed. I would say just about everybody in the United States to one point or another is oppressed. Like, what are you talking about? Black people are not oppressed. A lot of people are oppressed. Women are oppressed. Black people are oppressed. To some degree, like, poor white people are oppressed. Like, yeah, most all people are oppressed. The only people who aren't oppressed are the people who are actively controlling everything. They're not oppressed, but yeah, people are oppressed. Fake Name says, right away, come away, right? Oh, goodness. Robert says, people need to stop this rebellion. The CSA is session according to the UN. Okay. Francisco said, the Russia committed war crimes. Yes, they did, but why the hell are you committing them in the Middle East? I see both. Russia did commit war crimes and is gross. Yes, the USA is committing war crimes in the Middle East. Actively, and has been for years. Raspberry says, the only war I might agree with is the Revolutionary War and the war on terrorism. No, don't conflate those two. That's the war crimes war. That's the war crimes war we was talking about. It may be an unpopular opinion, but it's mine. You can have that opinion. It's just a lot of bad stuff happened in the war on terror. Francisco said, war on terror, yeah, war that was started because of WMDs that never existed, weapons of mass destruction. Agreed. Fake, goodness. Fake reasons for a war. Robert says the only war to agree with is their Revolutionary War and their war on terror. You seem to ignore Japan and the CSA attacked first. Japan. talking about World War II now? What? Francisco says every war that was started by the U.S. ended terribly. Agreed. Torrance said the war on terrorism is a money laundering scam and pro-military spending propaganda. Uh, I do agree with some of that, yeah, for sure. Raspberry says, I do not agree that we should have stayed in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, or Iran now. Agreed, but that's like a big part of what the war on terror promoted. Robert says, because World War II and the Civil War were self-defense. Oh, interesting. Ryan says, hey, if they don't have weapons of mass destruction, we will make some and sell them. Oh, get it right? Torrance says, Raspberry, most of that is summed up by war on terrorism. Robert says the Confederacy was overrunning the U.S. bases in December, so, and then says, in the war on terror is condemnable in hindsight, but people were blinded in the day. Agreed, like after 9/11, people were really, really hyped on just finding some way to be violent, but it wasn't good.
Sorry, there was some drama inside.
No, you good? Everything okay?
Yeah.
You want to talk about it after? Okay. We can talk about it after. I'm concerned. There was drama afoot. Corsia says 150.
No, it's just talking about drama. There's a complaining over.
Got you. Oh goodness, I was so thirsty. Thank you, Tim. Corsia says 1:55 a.m. over here, and we in the UK. We're going strong. Yeah, thank you, Corsia. Corsia is actively helping us to keep these watch time hours up and to get that 3,500. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get it tonight. Raspberry says the weapons of mass destruction was not the war on terrorism. That was the Iraq War. The war on terrorism was the reaction of the U.S. to the terrorist attacks in the Twin Towers. Yeah, you're right. But still, like you said you didn't want to stay in those places. Staying in those places was what the war on terror promoted. Like, we have to keep all these bases here because it's necessary to prevent terrorism. Torrance says, let's start our summit event with rotating hosting sites. What? What are you talking about, rotating hosting sites? Fig Name says, I would love to be in KCMO. What? Ryan says, I'm seeing war criticisms here, but not enough World War I criticism. Ryan, the history buff out here. Robert says, like we know millions of Iraqi and Afghans would die, trillions spent, but in 2003, Iraq go nuke US. What? Raspberry says, yes, Austria-Hungary started World War I, but they had a good reason. I don't know about all that. Robert says, her axis of evil. Here, bad Middle Eastern rogue states. Interesting. Francisco said U.S. didn't have a reason, and then Francisco said weapons of mass destruction that never existed. Yeah. Robert says, did the SIRS fund Mr. Prince? I'm confused on that part. Corsia says gambling is illegal in Corsia. However, games such as bingo, etc. are allowed. Government mandating gambling is allowed. Interesting. Do you still follow the rules of the Micronation that you're a part of to make sure that you're doing legal gambling if you do allow gambling? Francisco says that was excuse for war. Vincent said the Confederacy was winning in 1861 to 62. It was after Gettysburg in 1863 when the war turned against the South and turned from an offensive war to a defensive war for the South. And in 1864 was tragic. Tragic? It was a good thing that the U.S. won the Civil War against the Confederacy. It wasn't tragic. It was them getting absolutely bodied, but that was a great thing. Ryan says Austria-Hungary didn't have a good reason to start World War I. Agreed, Ryan. Robert says, to be fair, after 9/11, Bush could have invaded any country that existed due to, quote, terrorists. Agreed. Vincent says, anyway, the United States won, Confederates are crybabies that lost. Agreed. Vincent, well said. Robert says, Serbia had impossible demands to meet. Raspberry said, fun fact, George Bush actually did an interview on the Ukrainian invasion. He said, a wholly unjustified, brutal invasion of Ukraine. Yep. Absolutely. Got him. George Bush called himself out. Got him. Fake Name says, I recently updated my title from English to Cosnarian. It went from Emperor to Imperator Princeps. Isn't that Latin? Francisco said, Ukraine, Iraq, it's the same for him. Ryan says, if Bush wanted to go after terrorists, there's this old lady in the UK. Got him. Calling out the Queen. Memeing. Or he's talking about some other unidentified old lady that Ryan has personal beef with in the UK. But I'm pretty sure he's talking about the Queen. Also, 11 views, 24 likes. Thank you guys. If you guys hang in here for another like hour and 30 minutes or so, because right now we're at 2 hours, 43 minutes. If we can get over 4 hours, like the longer that we get over 4 hours, the more likely we are to hit 32 watch time hours once I end this stream. So you guys, please help us out to keep that momentum going, to make sure that we hit those 32 watch time hours. If we hit 32 watch time hours tonight on this stream, again, we get 3,500 watch time hours. Brr, 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 brr. And it would help us out a ton to get to 4,000 in monetization. Robert says Bush and the U.S. were blinded by terrorist fever in 2003 after 9/11. Oh, absolutely they were. Francisco says, Robert, we're not talking about Serbia, we're talking globally. True. Raspberry says, that's why I said my opinion was unpopular. Fair enough, I get you, Raz, but I definitely respect you having your own opinion. Corsia says, so what exactly happened in New Maryland? So much ambition, much like a small fire. It burns bright but goes out quickly. Corsia, did you see our introduction to the stream? I talked about the concept that what happened with New Maryland was the concept that we advertised it really, really hard. We had planned it for like a few months before we actually did the official announcement and launch. And then at the end, you know, a lot of support came around, but the leader of New Maryland, the person who was going to be the minister of New Maryland, who was going to be the head of it and run it for us, decided that he had, you know, life stuff that took precedence, and that he would not be able to dedicate the appropriate amount of time to make sure that it grew and flourished properly. So unfortunately, it doesn't have a ton of like drama, you know, or any like crazy stuff seeded into the concept. You know, I honestly am proud of the minister of New Maryland for being honest enough and straightforward enough and having enough foresight to say, hey, you know, I don't think I'm going to be able to reasonably keep up with this. We have had situations in the past that have been the complete opposite, where people will promise us the world and, you know, try to develop all this stuff and nothing ever gets done. People will say like, hey, I'm going to do a thing, and then they never do the thing, and they never tell us that they didn't do the thing. So eventually we just have to find out later, when the thing hasn't been done for a really long time, that, oh, they never really intended to do the thing in the first place. But as far as New Maryland was different. New Maryland, we built up this thing, and the leader of New Maryland said, you know what, I don't think I can reasonably commit to this. I can't do everything that's going to be necessary to keep growing it. And so he backed out. And I respect that. He resigned from his position. I would much, and so therefore, you know, if he resigns from his position, of course, New Maryland isn't going to stay around. We don't have anybody else to populate New Maryland, or to dedicate that amount of time that would be required. So it was a failed project, but it was one that I 100% respect and admire the leader of nonetheless, because he was forthright with us. He was honorable with what he did, and there's something to be said for that. There is some pride to say, hey, that was still our first territory. You know, that was still our biggest, you know, supporter and promoter at the time. And something that could have really launched us off, but because of circumstance, because of the necessities of one of our citizens, of the, you know, the potential minister of New Maryland couldn't do it. So at the end of the day, you have to respect your citizens' needs and interests and put those ahead of any project to grow the nation. So I was happy to hear that. I was sad to hear that it meant the destruction of New Maryland or the disbanding of New Maryland, but I was proud that it meant that somebody would be able to honestly confront what they needed to do as a micronationalist and would be able to be honest with us, allowing us to shift gears and move forward in a way that we needed to as quickly as possible once they realized that they couldn't keep up with that. So that's what happened in New Maryland, but that gave us a lot of insight and understanding as far as what we need to do to properly prepare for the development of new territories. So we started developing and improving the model for our citizenship to make sure that citizens who come into the Empire of Aeternia are people who are really dedicated and people who are really committed to Aeternia. That's why, you know, we don't allow other micronationalists who are part of other micronations to join Aeternia as citizens. That's why when we look at territories, we're primarily opting for the concept of owning and purchasing land that we can control directly as internal territory development, and then filling that and supplying that territory with our own citizens who we can trust and who have an established connection with us, so that they can reap the benefits of that, rather than having like external connected territories, which we may do in the future, but would have to be under really strict and really specific circumstances. But yeah, 100% Corsia. A small fire that burns bright but goes out too quickly. I agree. Tiff has moon dust. Let's see moon dust on camera. You gotta aim him down a little bit with his fat butt and his fat face. There's Mooney. He's a cutie. You guys like cats? Go up to like 40 people watching the stream if you like cats. Raz says, I knew it was, and I warned you it was an unpopular opinion. Francisco said, U.S. has killed 10 million Arabs. Oh, goodness. Robert says, fake name says Robert, 2001. Ryan says, I mean, the USA wanted to invade Iraq before 9/11. Agreed. Francisco said, Robert says, Francisco, that's Cap. Fake name says, I don't think Afghans are Arabs. Francisco says, by terrorists, I mean other countries who attacked us for no reason. Got him, Francisco. Corsia says, list of things that are bad. Eugenics, social Darwinism, National Socialism, fascism. Agreed. Francisco says, Afghans are not Arabs, I know. Robert says, yes. Raspberry says, actually, Ryan, Austria-Hungary's leader was assassinated, so they declared war on the people who hired the assassins. They did have a fair enough reason to do it. So I agree with... Do I agree with it? No. I don't agree with it, and I also don't think that's a fair reason. Hey, Mooney boy. Vincent says, guys, AP seems to be getting annoyed about what we're talking about, so let's switch the topic back to Micronations. I appreciate it. Oh goodness, back to the Civil War. Nope. Like the next comment was immediately Civil War. I'm stopping talking about comments in the Civil War. Francisco says, West is morally degenerate. I'm here quoting Assad, the guy who I hate, but he's right. I agree, Francisco. Assad is a bad guy. But, he had that take just because he was anti-U.S., but there are a ton of, other people who are reasonable people who also have similar takes. He was just in that category. Robert says, unpopular opinion, the U.S. should have invaded Saudi Arabia. That is an unpopular opinion. Why? Francisco says, West doesn't have anything to fight for. Agreed. Ryan says, but they were giving impossible ultimatums. After the assassination, Austria-Hungary is pushing for an offensive war on agreed, Ryan. Francisco says, yes, Robert. Corsia says, bro, cannot wait for Aeternia Films to release Sudbury Devil. Gonna watch that film the moment it comes out. Very cool. Francisco says, and we gave Allies first victory in World War One. Francisco says, major victory, Battle of Sur. Corsia says, definition of bread tuber. A liberal who makes content and is fairly open about liberal views. So I would be considered a bread tuber, LMAO. That's fair. Interesting. Robert says, Saudi Arabia wasn't invaded for... I can respect bread tubers then. Robert says, Saudi Arabia wasn't invaded for all these reasons. You know why they were an ally? Iraq was a rogue state-funded terrorism. If you're an American ally but not well. I don't think I fully understood that. Edge Glitch said hi. What's up, Edge Glitch? How are you? It's good to see you here. If you don't know who we are, what we're doing, we are a micronation. We're the Empire of Aeternia. We're talking about micronationalism. We're trying to grow the reach of micronationalists and the micronational community. We're trying to educate people on the Empire of Aeternia specifically and our projects, such as technological achievements, our first land purchase and territory development in Vitae, and its subsequent look and search for candidates to become residents of Vitae, as well as our past and the way that we've developed, taking everything that we've learned about Aeternia's growth and development and throwing that toward understanding micronationalism and its connection to other micronations. So we're trying to teach people about micronationalism as well. If you have any questions, Edge, definitely feel free to hit me up. And please like the stream if you enjoy it. We're trying to hit 32 watch time hours tonight on the stream. So the longer you stay in hanging out with us, we're probably going to go for another hour, maybe hour and a half. If you guys will hang in tight with us, we can definitely hit we can definitely hit 32 watch time hours, which means we will hit 3,500 watch time hours tonight, which puts us well on the path to hit 4,000 soon. Raspberry said, Robert, they shouldn't have invaded, but Afghanistan and the countries wouldn't give Al Qaeda up. Yeah, but also, well-funded, very secretive terrorist organization that has a lot of control over a lot of stuff. Hard to do. Doesn't make it right to attack and bomb civilians. Ryan says the U.S. can invade Saudi Arabia and support them at the same time. Or can they? Yeah, it seems like we've tended to do that in a lot of wars. Torrent says, I can't be oppressed. I have a nation on my shoulders. Yep, doesn't mean you can't be oppressed, though. Yep, still can be oppressed. Ryan says, both are war crimes, wars, agree. Francisco says, you funded terrorists against legitimate government of DR Afghanistan. Robert says, Lagma Massacre, 1983. Francisco says, because of you, Taliban exists. Oh, interesting. Raz says, no, the president left over $5 billion to the Taliban. Major difference. What? Ryan says, legitimate government, LMAO. Fake name says, and now we the patriot, and then puts a whole bunch of spaces, and then goes, nothing is wrong. What? Raz says, it was the people who did that. No, it was the government. Fake name says, oh, say, can you see? Oh, goodness. Francisco says, yes, legitimate government. Robert says, exactly. The U.S. created Taliban due to Operation Hurricane. Francisco says, DR Afghanistan was internationally recognized by UN. Interesting. Ryan says, it didn't create the Taliban, but it did contribute. That's true. It funded it. Raspberry says, the Taliban has existed long before the retreat. Francisco says, you actively funded the terrorists. Agreed, but that doesn't mean they created them. Vincent says, I think the war on terror was about as much as a senseless loss of American lives as Vietnam. Agreed. Francisco says, what you did after you made a failed state with a ruined economy. That's something called American freedom. Got him. Robert says, actually, during the Iraqi invasion of Iran, the U.S. had them chem weapons to use against Iran. So if the Iraqis had weapons of mass destruction, Americans gave it to them. I do agree with that. That's some snaps right there. Vincent says the Taliban and evolved Mujahideen that we were funding the Soviet-Afghan war in the 70s and 80s. It seems like that definitely has some kind of correlation. Corsia says, quick note, can we say Emperor AP is based, but Empress Tiffany based? Hell yes. But not Empress. It's Tiffany. She don't need no title. She's cool enough for me and for everybody else. She kills it on her own. And from my understanding, she doesn't want a title. Because she kills it on her own. And she's Tiffany. And she's smart. And she getting them degrees and that money. Francisco says, yes, Taliban emerged from Afghan Mujahideen. Yep. Ryan says the U.S. also helped Iraq with targeting of its chemical weapons. Fake News says having heirs to the throne and his pregnant wife being killed is what I would call a good reason for war. I don't know. Just because something bad happens to your family doesn't mean you get to go and, destroy other people's families. If your family gets killed by a drunk driver in a car accident, that doesn't make it right for you to go and shoot up all the people in the drunk tank at the police station. You know what I mean? That's not okay. Or shoot up an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting or something. Corsia says World War I is a nice war to study and is how I relax. Lines between the good and bad guys are actually more blurred. Both sides were equally as bad, but to the victor goes the lies. Ooh, that makes sense. Devin says, hello, Shah Devin here. Hey, what's up, Shah Devin? How are you? Thank you for hanging out with us, and thank you for contributing to our watch time tonight. Once again, we are trying to hit our goal of 4,000 watch time hours. Right now, tonight, we have the opportunity to hit 3,500 watch time hours. If this stream right now gets us 32, all we need is 32 more watch time hours to hit 3,500 watch time hours. So we're climbing up, getting to our goal, and going to reach 4,000 soon with your help tonight. We're going to push to that 32 watch time hours and get us to 3,500. So long as you guys stay in the chat, the more people we can keep in, the better. So keep commenting with us. We're going to be here probably for another hour, hour and a half. Let's keep going. Robert says the Iraqis' chemicals called bombed minorities since the 80s all the way up to the U.S. invasion. Makes sense. Big Meme says Casnerian is a romance, Latin derivative. Makes sense. Robert says, yep, Iraq chemical bombed Kurdistan in 1990 with U.S. weapons. Makes sense. Francisco says, one more hour, that'll be 4 a.m. Yep, it sure will, Francisco. I believe in you. Raspberry says, I think I need to specify. I agree that the terrorists should have been destroyed, but I don't agree wholly that we should have invaded. Makes sense. Francisco says, I am going for it. Yeah, come on, Francisco. Keep us up. Francisco says, Fake Name says, I know a group that exchanges in kidnapping and extortion. It is Canaria's firm intention to stop this group with force. I am in correspondence with an anonymous person who has suffered their blatant terrorism. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's very scary, and I wish you good luck. If that's like a legitimate thing that you're worried about, like kidnapping, like actual like kidnapping happening, report that to the authorities as quick as you can. Like macronational authorities, FBI, your local police, stuff like that. They just have a lot more resources than your nation, more than likely. And we'll be able to track down those people very quickly before they can escape, and potentially they can find others who are tied to that same group. Raspberry says, I having conflicting opinions. I want everyone to know before they judge me too much. As most know, the media loves to twist things to make the USA seem like the good guys. Agreed. And that's a huge problem, and it's something that's difficult for a lot of people to sort through when dealing with, for example, U.S. media and news. Francisco said, we had some experience with radical Islamists a year ago. They wanted independence, and we suppressed that movement. Oh, interesting. I feel like it's hard to suppress movements in micronationalism, but go off. Raz says, and as I have learned more about the truth, it's helped me to learn more on the true U.S. Yep, and that's, I think, how most people grow and develop politically. Francisco says U.S. was never a good guy. Francisco says U.S. was always a bad guy. I think it depends on the context and point in history you're talking about. U.S. has always been a good and bad guy in different areas for different people at different times. Francisco says, Big Name says, Francisco, what about World War II? Robert says, I'm getting Kosovo vibes if the U.S. bombs Serbia for genocide. Getting Kosovo vibes. The U.S. bombed Serbia for genocide. If that was their goal, in Israel and Burma and Canada would have been destroyed too. What? Raspberry says yes and no. Francisco says I'm talking about after World War II. Interesting. Robert says yet Tel Aviv isn't reporting radiological damage like Novi Sad. Interesting. Fake Name says Robert Palestine ain't innocent either. Ryan Warren, the USA was an empire fighting worse empires in World War II. Still isn't a good guy. Agreed. Vincent says, Franco, what's it like being a micronation in Serbia? That's a great question. Francisco says, Robert, your country killed a 3-year-old child. Oh, goodness. Raspberry says, wasn't there that civil war in Serbia? Is that what you mean? Vincent said, what do the locals think about it? Ooh, that's a great question about Francisco's Serbian micronation. Also, 10 viewers, 26 likes. Thank you guys for hanging out with us and helping us to get 32 watch time hours on this stream. Hey, 11 viewers. Hit that like button. Help us to get more people in. And if you guys just want to, even if you have to go do something, if you want to, just have the video keep running, if you want to, listen to it and do something else or whatever, I appreciate it. Because the more we can keep people watching this stream, the more viewers it shows on our stream, the quicker we can hit 32 watch time hours for this stream tonight, which means that we can hit 4,000 watch time hours even quicker. We'll hit 3,500 tonight if we get 32 watch time hours. Robert says America. Robert says I know. Fake Name says I got 2. Devin says love cats. Hey, awesome, Devin. Thank you. Francisco said, Vincent, it's hard. We are being called traitors and secessionists. That is very hard. Francisco, are you a secessionist? Like, what's the way that you want to establish a micronation? Francisco said, Raspberry says, Francisco, the U.S. killed thousands of one-digit children. Ever heard of Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Oh, absolutely. Robert says, Palestine, Hamas are freedom fighters. I hear you. I definitely agree with that to some extent. They're fighting an imperialist invasion. Oh, wait. Can I give you some love? I have to give this moon dust love before he leaves my life. Can I hold him? Can I hold this baby and give him love? He doesn't like me as much as Tim, but I'm still gonna give him some love. He's a hefty boy, and he smells like poo a little bit. He's a hefty boy, looking in your eyes, seeing what you're made of. Hefty boy. He said, what are we doing on stream? Hefty boy. Say Aeternia Forever, Mundas. He did it. He actively said it with his eyes. He loves you guys. Okay, he wants to leave. I see him looking for an escape route. See you, Mundas. Thank you for bringing him in. Hey, okay. So, oh goodness, people are memeing. Hold up. We're starting to catch up to the comments slowly but surely. Francisco said, Vincent, it's hard. We're being called secessionists and traitors. Also, 12 viewers. Thank you guys for helping us keep up this watch time. Yes. So earlier we had 6 viewers. Now that we have 12, we're getting watch time at double the speed. So that means if we can get, if we can hold this for another hour, we will be doing very, very well as far as making sure we get 32 watch time hours. Please help us to keep the stream going, guys. And please bring more people in. 13 viewers. Y'all are helping us to kill it. So Raspberry said, Francisco, the U.S. killed thousands of one-digit children. Never heard of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Robert said, Palestine, Hamas, freedom fighters. Torrance said, cats run the deep state of King Mania. What you mean, Torrance? Also, I see everybody jumping in just because we had moon dust in the stream. I see everybody. Big Meme says, the bombs were necessary in Japan. I don't know about that. Torrance says, freedom fighters with terrorist tactics. Agreed. Robert says, Israel has no right to occupy Palestine and the West Bank. Agreed. Robert says, yes, Torrance. Francisco says, Hamas are freedom fighters, and then puts laughs and says, don't be crazy. They are. 14 viewers, 26 likes. Thank you guys for hitting us up. Y'all are killing it. Ryan says Ryan says the atomic bombs were not necessary in Japan. I completely agree with that. Robert says yes, they are fighting Israel's occupation. Big Name says Palestine has no historic claim. Yeah, they do. Francisco says people who use human shields, those are heroes. Good. Big Name says Jerusalem was founded by the Israeli people. Cool. Francisco says bravo, Fig Name. What's up? Raspberry says, okay, I agree with Vincent. You should stop all this ridiculous macronational politics stuff. Agreed. Let me see. Everybody's trying to change the conversation. I appreciate it. But yeah, I am curious more about what you were talking about with like your personal experience in Serbia, though. Like that's an interesting one. I've never heard of people creating micronations specifically in like Serbia, so I have not heard that fresh take before. Also, your specific way of going at it may be like, make that easier or harder. I'd be curious to learn. Let's see. Torrance says Raspberry right. Let the macros do what macros do. Okay. Agreed. I'm glad everybody's switching over the conversation. So, Francisco switched quick to talk about currencies. What do you want to talk about with currencies? So a lot of people have like questions with like developing them. Again, my biggest thing is like people don't talk about it enough. Get a money transmitter's license. You need to be able to like make sure that you're doing things legally and have like a business established to be able to facilitate the transmission of a currency. So if you're trying to establish something like a cryptocurrency or anything else, you really need to make sure that you're doing that above board and in a way that allows the you know the government to not only provide um, some form of insurance for the people who are going to be using and trying to trust your currency, but as well to make sure that it's tracked and understands who's established it, how long it's been running, how many assets there are out there, and so on and so forth. Um, so yeah, I agree. Um, Francisco said, "Do micronations really need a currency?" Absolutely not. They don't need one. Most of the time, currencies are a way for people to kind of establish their own, interests and to kind of make something unique. A lot of times, it's like an art form for people and a way to kind of advertise. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people make business cards, for example, for their business, and that's something that you hand out to a lot of people regularly, and so it's a way to have marketing for your business. I think micronations look at creating currencies a similar way, where a lot of the time there are people who are currency collectors, and so they're trying to appeal to those people where if you have a cool design to it, it'll show off something unique and interesting about who you are and may help to get the idea of your nation to stick in someone's head, but by no means is it necessary. And I think for people doing particular projects, it can almost be like a waste of time and resources unless you have a real specific reason to do it and some purpose that it will serve to benefit whatever it is that is the direction that you're trying to grow. If it's not in the cards for you, if you're not really trying to, you know, if you don't have a real particular goal in mind for why you're doing that, then it's probably not necessary or even reasonable. Um, I see all your comments, guys. I see y'all saying like skip comments that are off topic. Vincent says, I don't think so until they have a large enough society. I agree with that. Talking about currencies, size is definitely a big thing. Also, just like a reason to do it, you know what I mean? Even if you have a fairly large size group, if there's not like a lot of internal development as far as like businesses that are trying to interconnect with each other, a lot of the time, like, for example, oh goodness, I'm trying to think of in New York State, there's a place called Ithaca. I believe it's in New York State that created their own local currency called the Ithaca Hour. And the reason that they created that currency was specifically to target local businesses and to say that, hey, if you support this local currency, it encourages people to go to your business that accepts that currency as opposed to, say, Walmart or something. There would be a larger store. So it's a way to keep local funding in local hands. It's a way to support mom and pop shops. And so the same thing for micronations. If you're, having some sort of group or community of businesses that are trying to work together for some common goal, you can then maybe find a practical reason to develop a currency for that, just because it helps to keep funding in the hands of those people and to recirculate resources. But if not, then there's no reason to do that whatsoever. Ryan says, I see your currency talk and raise you a cryptocurrency talk. Stop, Ryan. No, cryptos are gross. Raspberry says no, but it's helpful to be more realistic, Francisco. Agreed. I mean, but you're saying it helps to be more realistic. I feel like again, that really depends on what you're trying to do. Certainly you can say like, oh, that helps to make things more realistic because you have more like check boxes checked. But that doesn't necessarily help if there's not a practical purpose for it, because if you just create something out of the blue, but you're not using it and there's not anybody that's getting benefit from it, then it feels unreal, just like anything else that you would just make up. The thing that makes something create realism for people is the establishment of it as having real value. Torrance says, a currency needs a strong backing. A currency of some kind is necessary. I disagree. A currency of some kind is not necessary. Most people use whatever their local currency is, for example, the US dollar. And also, currencies do not need a strong backing. That's something that's super. It needs a strong backing of some kind, but that doesn't have to be like a standard. You know, a lot of people, and for some reason, especially in the micronational community, really like this, and I think it's silly. Like, you know, gold standard or like silver standard funding of currencies and backing of currencies, which is an old economic idea. It's something that has been thoroughly outdated in modern economics with the development of fiat currencies. Fiat currencies establishing a basis of the fact that currencies are made up. They are, of course, connected and tied to monetary systems, which are very complex and which are ever changing. But ultimately, the value of that comes from the governments and businesses that are regularly creating and maintaining that funding infrastructure. So there does not need to be some like gold or silver backing or whatever for a currency, because then you're just encouraging people to hoard certain specific resources that can be used in other ways, where you're trying to store the value in that thing instead of storing it in the currency, which is already a means of having, you know, value exchange for something that should not be inherently very valuable. That's the point. If you can define value to something that is very easy to change hands, which a lot of people like cryptocurrencies for, or digital currencies rather, where, for example, you can have ones and zeros become the thing that denote value and how much value someone has in an economy, then you can more easily exchange information without it costing a lot to do so. If you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver to be able to exchange that value with another person, that becomes really irritating. So then people will create paper currencies, for example, to cover the gold and silver so they don't actually have to pull it out of their account. They just exchange these banknotes, which is what they were doing, you know, when the first banks started being established. So if you So then at a certain point, now in the modern age, we have created digital systems for creating that so that you don't even need to be printing a lot of paper money, which even that becomes a huge overhead cost once your economy gets of a certain size. So you absolutely do not need to have your currency backed on something like gold or silver or some, you know, standard, because you're regressing at that point. You're going back to like 16th century economics or whatever. Nowadays, we define that value based on the amount of value that there is inherently in an economy and how that value is divvied up between different groups and organizations, and that what specific goods are determined at, you know, fair market prices is what allows us to exchange those now generally ones and zeros between each other's bank accounts to provide the least amount of cost per transaction while making sure that accurate value is sustained. So that's something that is a completely quote unquote made up system. It's a designed system, but it is something that you want to limit the amount of cost per transaction on, which electricity as a form, as opposed to the effort required to print a unique form of money, you know, paper that gets spread around and damaged and destroyed and has to be recreated every once in a while to keep up that demand, is costly. Comparison, digital things, for example, you know, the control of like a debit card and the amount of money that you have and spend and interact with through that debit card company is a lot cheaper to maintain and can be done on a much larger scale. So you don't need anything to back the currency. Currencies are created and backed, quote unquote, by the institutions that establish them. So as long as it is a legitimate and reputable institution, as long as it is created with some kind of insurance for the people who do it, like the FDIC, for example, you know, then people can be rest assured that they're dealing with something that has a very low likelihood of failing and will guarantee them their value. Francisco says, we have some industries, so our currency is backed by something. Yes, an industry is a great way to quote unquote back your currency, to support it, to make sure that it has infrastructure supporting it, but not a not a not a like standard backing like gold or silver or whatever. That's silly. Francisco says, we removed peg to Kuwaiti dinar. Makes sense. Robert says, like gold. No, you should not back your currency with gold. Torrance says cryptocurrency is unpredictable. 100%. But that's because of its design. It's also expensive, bad for the environment. There are a lot of reasons not to like cryptocurrency. Raz says, in an old stream, I had an idea to 3D print currency. I remember that. And again, that would be potentially cheaper than some other avenues, but again, would still cost you something. So you have to make sure that you can afford to absorb the cost just to be able to transmit value, and that becomes kind of silly in and of itself. Fake name says Electrum is good. What? Or do you mean electricity? Torrance says gold and silver markets can be manipulated unless you have physical assets. What do you mean though? Torrance says, I believe energy and food is the currency of the near future. I mean, those things are valuable, but like, why would they be currencies? You know, food is inherently a terrible thing to exchange as a currency because the currency is a means of value exchange. So you absolutely do not want to make something that is perishable to be the thing that's your means of value exchange, because it means your value literally deteriorates in front of your eyes over time. Your value then has a shelf life. That's horrible. Raz says, yeah, cryptocurrency can make your nation go into debt within a day. Agreed. Ryan's memeing. He says cryptocurrency is backed by cryptocurrency is backed by cryptocurrency. Yeah, it's very silly. Torrance says food and energy independence is important. Agreed, but that doesn't, mean that you can use it as a money, as a currency. Vincent says, I think currency is something that isn't necessary in a micronation, given they are really small most of the time. 100%. Agreed. The bottom line is that currencies themselves require a certain amount of upkeep. No matter how small, no matter how limited you're trying to create it, it ultimately has some base level investment. No matter how non-serious it is, you're spending your time and resources to make a thing. And so you have to think about if it's not something that's going to give you a lot of value or solve a big problem that you have in order to create that, then honestly, just leave the cost and the expensive thing to the people who are already having to do that and just use your local currency. Francisco said, Rhodesian Printing Company is now printing currencies for 4 nations. Very cool. Are you making money with that? Like, that seems like it could be an example of, like, where that could be potentially beneficial, I guess, if you're, like, designing and making things for other people. Torrance says, don't think small, Vincent. Vincent says, exactly, Torrance. What are y'all talking about? Francisco says, our own Zaire, Principality of Lescalandia, Democratic Socialist Republic of Vlasina. Very cool. Robert says, basically bartering, but that's bad. Like, that's going backwards. I don't think anybody's ever going to regress to bartering. We just have smarter systems now. Torrance says, food and energy is a good backing, in my opinion. In your opinion, it sure can be, but it's not practically. Raz says, Vincent, can you send him a Discord message to skip that? Fake Name says, the title Empress wouldn't make Tiff cooler. Can't make the peak of coolness cool. It would give her the credit she deserves. But I don't think that's the point. Also, Empress isn't a title that gives, like, credit. It's a job. Like, me calling myself the Emperor, like, it's not like to flex. It's like a job that says, like, I run everything. I like the failure or success of stuff is pointed directly at me, even though there are other people who work on Aeternia and help Aeternia to develop, like Tiff, and like, our citizens. If stuff fails, that responsibility is on me. If things go bad, that responsibility is on me, and I perfectly take credit, and I'm happy to take credit for that. All of the risk there. Anyone being given a government title is not like crediting them. I hope I credit Tiffany enough to say Tiffany's awesome, and she helps us in many ways. Everyone should credit Tiffany, but getting a government title means you are responsible. It means you have, like, a job to do and a duty. Tiffany has no interest in having a job title or a duty to Aeternia or the Aeternian people. That's not her interest. And so, if I understand her correctly, I believe we've had many conversations along those same lines. So, yes, that's not, she's not trying to take on extra work. That's not the plan. Robert says, so bartering torrents for food and energy? Yeah, but that's silly. Vincent says, okay. Francisco says, best currency is food. No. Torrance says, no. Reserves of stored energy and energy represented by a digital coin and or physically paper slash coin. Reserves of stored energy as a thing but that's bad too, because energy is hard to transmit. Anytime you transmit energy, you lose the energy. So if you have to send stored energy to other people, that stored energy loses some energy. That's bad. You don't want to try and move stored energy around. You just want to give people the means to create the stored energy, to store the energy, and to create the energy, generate it. Raz says, my original 3D design was worth 7 US cents. Very cool. Torrance says, bartering is acceptable. Not good, going backwards. You can barter. You can barter for certain things, but even then, once you get large enough, you need to pay taxes on that bartering. Like in the US, barter is a taxable thing. It's income still. Francisco says, that's what my government thinks. Very cool. Corsia says, sorry I had to leave for a hot minute. Got my hand stuck in some stuff. What? What'd you get your hand stuck in, Corsia? I'm concerned. Torrance says, Francisco knows what's up. Corsia says, 1 more hour, it'll be 3:26 a.m. Very nice. We appreciate you guys. Raz says, or 784 Serbian dinar for Francisco. Oh, very nice. Francisco says, Serbian dinar has become a worthless currency. Oh, I'm sorry. Torrance says, fiat currency isn't real. Okay, stop using US dollar. Well, hold up. No currency is real. Like, what are you talking about? It's real as far as it has real value and you can actually use it to get things. It's real because you believe it to be real. If you don't believe it's real, stop using it. Right? So like the US dollar is a fiat currency. I say it's real because one, the dollars are like tangibly real, like they're things that people made, but also they're real because you can go to other people and they will give you stuff for it. They have a belief in that system. It's a system that works on a really large scale. So if you don't believe in it, if you don't think it's real, stop using it. Give me all your money. I'll be happy to take it because it's not real to you. It's real to me and it'll work for me. Francisco says, I literally have 5 stacks of banknotes. Hey, very cool, Francisco. I'm proud of you. Sounds like your business is going well. Fake Meme says, unfortunately, he is in the Philippines, so reporting won't help. Plus, the authorities have been informed. I'm glad. Still, you never know. Like, U.S. authorities have some far reach. So if you let them know, the more evidence the stacks against them, the more they'll be able to do. Raz says, I just wanted to change it for you to better understand. No offense. Makes sense. Francisco says they are worthless. Got him. Torrance says, Vincent, tell AP to skip currency discussion. No, I want to keep discussing this. Francisco says, but I just have no respect for Serbian dinar anymore. Raspberry says, who here has a micro wiki page? This is a question. I have a micro wiki page. Aeternia does. I also, somehow, somebody made like a personal micro wiki page for me, which I'm flattered by. Thank you guys. Robert says, okay, my friend's Nazgul Club is marching to a Target store by my house with a pallet with Palin to take over. With Palin? Like Sarah Palin? Your friend's Nazgul Club is going to be marching to Target with Sarah Palin to take over? Interesting. Fake Name says, let's restate no more Israel talk as he gets into the comments. Agreed. Vincent says, Satorians, you don't have to have a complex currency and backing for a small group of people. It's only natural for everyone to have a commune-like state. Agreed. Torrance says, I never finished mine. Makes sense. Vincent says, I did message him. Thanks, Vincent. Francisco said, fiat currencies are pointless. They're not pointless. They're very effective. Robert says he's sending videos of him marching to Target. Hey, very cool. Francisco says, with Sarah Palin. Francisco says, if you're already going to have a currency, back it by something. Why, though? No. Fake Name says, I agree with Franco. Francisco, and there's no reason to though. Like you can agree with him, but it's there's no reason to. Ryan says the secret is all currencies are fiat. Agreed. Torrance says bartering is fine, but having an established currency isn't bad either, as it can be common exchange, as different people would have different goods to barter. Makes sense. Raspberry says, I wanted to print a sound money. It would be a lot better. It is back from the cost of the filament used. Stop that, though. That's some weird Stamaria BS. It's a sound money. You need a sound money. You don't. It's a fiat currency. You know, any currency that you develop, anything that you're backing it on, ultimately is not going to be valued in any way based on the thing that it's backed on. It's going to be based by who is minting it, who's creating it, and how much they can make it popular. So you can do it, but that's ridiculous and it's silly. Having a sound money doesn't mean anything. You're just doing the fiat currency thing with extra steps. It's silly. Francisco says back it by gold or silver. Stop. No, there's no reason to. Big Name says backed currencies don't tank. Yeah, they do. What are you talking about? Backed currencies don't tank. You ever hear of like, there have been multiple things in the US where when the US was on like the gold and silver standard, like people like rushed to banks and stuff. Like all around the world, there have been currencies where people have like rushed to go and collect their gold and stuff out of the banks when things went south. Yes, they do tank. Torrance says fiat currency is fake. Big Name says better electrum. Electrum. What is electrum? What are you guys talking about? Devin says, my hope is that all people will be freed and world peace is secured. I respect that, Devin. Torrance says, Francisco, the metal markets can be manipulated by elites unless you own physical assets. Fake Name says, it's a gold silver alloy. Electrum. Very cool. Francisco says, why waste trillions of dollars on an already worthless currency? Got him. Torrance says, me too, Devin. Robert says, exactly. Back it by something. Stop. What are y'all talking about, though? Back it. What's the purpose, though? You don't use the thing that you back it on. If you do, then your currency changes value. Corsia says, in the very early days of Corsia 0.1, my sister tried to start her own nation in my territory. It took a while, but now we have a territory surrounding the great capital area. Very cool. Big Name says, AP, I wouldn't bring imperialism into it. I would bring imperialism, or I wouldn't. What are you talking about? Torrance says food and energy. Francisco says Andrew Tate be like cats are useless. Got him. Fake Name says considering name. I'm still kind of confused on what you're talking about. Oh, also, yeah, I think that the Empire of Aeternia and what like imperialism is to Aeternia is very different than like broad scale imperialism. Like imperialism as a broad concept is generally tied to like military might and like abuse of people. I understand like the name. What we are doing is purposely called an empire to be subversive of the concept of imperialism. We are an empire of freely associated people. We are an empire of people who are connected based on will and based on government connection, intentional connection, not through imperialism as a political motivation, as the general concept of imperialism. I hope that helps to clarify the concept. Raz says cat in a box. Torrance says Robert says Torrance food and energy or maybe physical gold. Stop with the whole. I don't like all the gold standard people and stuff in micronationalism. It's absolutely silly. Raz says cats. Robert says but backing currency by another currency. What? What are you talking about? Francisco says we back our currency with food. Torrance says gold will be commodity and used for bartering. I believe in an established currency. Okay, good for you, Torrance. Robert says it's kind of sort of silly because if your currency is linked to a failed state and you know things go wrong. What? Polycom says micro unit world. Hey, what's up, Polycom? Also, what? But everybody's comment is having me going, what? I don't understand what any of these people are talking about. Francisco says backing currency with another currency is pointless. Agreed. Like backing it with the currency is pointless. Using it as a point of exchange is not. Like pegging it to it is different though. That to some extent is backing it, and that's not pointless. Most of the world economy did that with the U.S. dollar right after World War II, and it actually had a major effect during World War II, and it actually had a major effect in order to facilitate large scale transfer of U.S. goods and services around the world during wartime. However, it did improve and expand U.S. imperialism, which is a negative thing. But it wasn't pointless at all. It definitely had a point, and it was effective in its point. Raspberry says, how do you use food or energy as a money or economy? Thank you, Raz. Exactly. Vincent said, I've only ever had micronational experiences in games. Makes sense. Torrance says, starting out, our dollar is backed by the US dollar as that's the first exchanged. That reserve would be invested in various industries, particularly food and energy stored. Yeah, so you do back your currency off of a currency. Robert says, like many things are wrong with backing currencies with anywhere currencies. What? Francisco says 333 in Serbia. Hey, very cool. Vincent says, so we would use the in-game currency, so I have no real opinion on this. Makes sense. Ryan says, it's our boy debasement destroying the value of metal currencies. Yeah, absolutely. Ryan, hit him up. Educate these people. Torrance says, Raspberry, looking to local food-backed currencies being used in small towns across America. Fake name says, whoever sneezed caused me to flinch. Oh, I think it was Tiff. Bless you, Tiff. And also, look out, Castaneria. She's coming for you. Ryan says, counterfeit gold coins. Got him. Robert says, Malassius Valora is linked to cookie dough. The only true currency, cookie dough. Robert says, counterfeit gold coins defeat the purpose of gold if it's fake. Agreed. And they could still get into your currency. Easy. Torrance says, food, grain, rice, beans stored in reserves. Money printed reflects the reserves. Paper or digital notes have an exchange value for stored food. Again, though, that value will fluctuate really hard. Francisco says, we once tried to destroy economy of another nation by counterfeiting their currency. We did it. Got them. Torrance says, you can use it for anything. Ryan says, real gold, counterfeit gold coins. Got them. Francisco says, before you judge me, we did it because they invaded us. Makes sense. Still, it's very effective to do that if they're not just fiat. Fake name says counterfeit gold is easy to detect. Raz says, oh, I've heard of the rice thing, just never understood how it worked. Robert says, nice self-defense, Francisco. Fake name says, due to density difference. Torrance says, wheat and grain is really important right now. Rice and beans are more readily available. Makes sense. Francisco says, after all, their leader was a Nazi. So, oh, goodness. Definitely wanting to stop those Nazis. Vincent says, if I were ever on a micronation, I would never have a currency, but yet again, I wouldn't be very public about it, so I wouldn't have any people in my local area to join me. Makes sense. Francisco says he deserved it. Torrance says, food is a necessity. Robert says, oh, heck, my friend Jack of the Noswell Club arrived at Target carrying Noswell flags and other stuff. And also Sarah Palin, Robert? Torrance says, food always has a demand and always has a fluctuating supply, depending on, year's harvest. Robert says, that's smart. It's better than linking to another currency. I don't know. Francisco says, that's why we're investing in agriculture. Torrance says, Francisco, can we chat sometime? Fake name says, when it comes to bank license, I just say, screw the U.S. government. Yeah, but you still have to, though. You still have to do the proper licensing. Torrance said, food independence. Ryan says, money system, go back to food economy. Food rent to your feudal lord. Yeah, exactly. Raz says, I'm sticking with my 3D printed coin. Makes sense. Fake name says, I am a loyal American. Francisco says, we're subsidizing agriculture more than Serbia. Francisco says, yes, we can. Torrance, no problem. Torrance says, offshore banking license, cheap in Caribbean countries. Hire a lawyer. Yep, the lawyer's fees won't be, though, when they still come to get you for using it in the U.S. Raspberry says, but I can't get in contact with citizens to ratify the freaking Constitution. Oh, good luck, Raz. Also, 13 viewers, 26 likes, 12 viewers, 26 likes. Thank you guys for helping the stream and keeping it afloat the goat. Robert said, Jack just breached the doors at Target shouting, restore the revolution. Oh, so Jack's about to get kicked out of Target is what we're hearing with Sarah Palin. Torrance says, Raspberry, update your communication infrastructure. That may not be as easily done than said. Raz says, so it would be pointless to make a money without any reason to pay people. Makes sense. Robert says, someone help. Francisco says, if you want a banking license, in Serbia, all you need is connections with someone from the government party. Yeah, that's not easy. All you got to do is just have insider connections and be able to bribe people. Robert said he's going to try to occupy Target. Not going to work. Going to get kicked out of Target. Fake Name says the American government is tyrannical, and then puts a whole bunch of dots. Why are you putting all the dots? Like, say the things you want to say. Raz says, I can't update the communication without being able to communicate about a new communication. Got him. Robert says, and declare the Nazbol autonomous zone. Silly. Silly and not going to work. He's going to get kicked out of Target because it's a private business. Fake Name says, I love our democracy. Very cool. Torrance says, Caribbean countries are more laid back. The process is faster and cheaper, has same legitimacy as US or European, except that you can't use them in the US or Europe unless you have a US or European license. Vincent says, tell your Nazi buddy to go to Argentina. Oh, gross. Tell him to not exist or to not be a Nazi anymore. Raspberry says, I think Fake Name is being held hostage by some patriotic FBI agents. Got him. Francisco says, in Union e Libertad. Interesting. Robert says, yeah, I'll see what I can tell him. Oh, goodness. Raz says, Vincent, oof, emotional damage. Robert says, I told him he said Argentina is a primitive Latin country. Oh, goodness. Torrance said, Raspberry knows what's up. Fake Name is in a U-Haul. What? Raspberry says, wait, Nazbol is Nazi? No, it's like national bullshit. It's weird. It has like negative connotations though. Robert says he's yelling to restore the revolution at the cashier. He's gonna get kicked out. Vincent says tell him there's Nazis that live there. He'll fit in. Francisco says his mind is primitive. Tell him that. Oh goodness. Fake Name says Ruby Ridge was the fault of the government, and then you're just making takes. These are like weird takes. Fake Name. Francisco says he should go to bunker. Also, they're getting like more extreme in these takes. Fake Name says Ruby Ridge was perpetrated by terrorists. Francisco says in Berlin. I think he's making a joke that like his account's gotten like taken over and is getting like back and forth controlled. Francisco said in Berlin. Robert said yes, I told him both. Raspberry says I quote dislike strongly the new Azov battalion and every neo-Nazi. Yeah, I think everybody hates Nazis, except Nazis, but that's fine because they can just not have any opinion. Francisco says, "Do not start again, Raz." Agreed. We need to stop talking about that topic. Robert says, "Okay, I'm hanging up on him. I'm gonna call back in a few hours to see what happens. He's gonna get kicked out." Robert says, "You sound like Putin, T-Man." Oh, interesting. Raz says, "I'm not starting a political debate." Robert said Putin said neo-Nazis, Azov, her. Interesting. Fake Name says there are villains and heroes on all sides. Agreed. Raspberry says I don't sound like Putin, lol. And I also agree with that. I don't think he sounds like Putin. The inflection is probably very different. Robert said the accent maybe too. Robert says and it would be like Mexico invading America because of Charlottesville. What are you talking about? Francisco says, here we go again. Robert says, and neo-Nazis? Oh, good. No, we're not talking about that anymore. Devin says, even metal currency in the U.S. is fiat, but it's still a remnant of the gold standard. Sure, it's a remnant, but that doesn't mean that it's the gold standard. Ryan says, in Putin's Russia, you don't start a political debate. A political debate starts you. Got him. Raspberry said, stop. Yep, we're not talking about it. Raz says, anyway, if anyone has a MicroWiki page, I'll check it out. Check out our MicroWiki page. Vincent says, back to micronationalism. I appreciate you, Vincent. Taurus says, good job, Vincent. Fake Name says, I mine Dogecoin. How does that work out for you, Fake Name? Francisco says, I have great news to share. My brother is getting married soon. Hey, congratulations. That's very cool, Francisco. Robert says, great for him. Everybody says, congrats. Francisco said, thanks, y'all. Robert says, well, I would be getting married right now, but Tiffany is stopping out. Stop memeing, y'all. Y'all can't meme on people who actually exist. This is not cool. But I appreciate your support, I guess. Franciscus, thank you all. Fake Name says, I recently created a micro wiki for Castneria. It's unfinished, but it's viewable. Robert says, actually backed on that money backed by the food. If there's a famine in the economy, actually back on that money backed by food. If there's a famine, then the economy would crash. Absolutely, and that's the problem. And not only a famine, it's just what specific crops is it relying on? All food, like the total sum of food? Is it specific things like he mentioned wheat and rice? So anytime there are like, issues with wheat and rice production or surplus or whatever, like that's going to radically change your economy. And people can target your economy really easily by just destroying or limiting those specific crops. Francisco says, I'm a little bit worried because it will be a traditional Jewish wedding, but Serbia is extremely anti-Semitic. Well, hopefully everybody will be okay. I'm sincerely hoping that your community will at least be tolerant enough to allow those people to do their ceremony in peace. Robert says, oh, good luck. Vincent says, host the wedding in your nation. Hey, that'd be a cool idea. Francisco says, my brother doesn't want to. Oh, that's a shame. Robert says, why doesn't he want to? Francisco says he wants to do it in Belgrade, where the only synagogue is. That makes sense. But so then hopefully he'll be around and supported by other members of the Jewish community there. Robert says, oh, well, you could build a synagogue in your nation, patch some sticks and mud and traditional decorations, like a mud hut synagogue. I'm sure he doesn't want to have his marriage in a mud hut. Francisco says that a synagogue is hard to build. Yes. Francisco says you need to make a menorah, Stars of David, etc. Absolutely. Rasmus Kasneria's page is fine for being unfinished. Very cool. Vincent said, and Robert said, buying a menorah and cut out the stars. Oh, goodness. Benjamin said, time-based currency. Yeah, like the Ithaca hour. That's what that was. Robert says, so yeah. Corsia says, I'll see you all in Spain, lad. I'm going to bed. Remember this, you lot. Laugh hard, run fast, be kind. Micronationalists, I let you go. You make it sound like we're drifting off into the ocean, like you're pushing us, you know. I imagine we're on a raft and you're like on the mainland and we're all like desperately gripping and you're like, I'll see you in Spain. I let you go. And we're like, what? No, give us a rope. You can't just push people out in the ocean. And he's like, I release you to the sea. And we're like, no, come back. And he's like, I'm going to bed. And we're like, no, come back. But I appreciate you, Corsia. You definitely hyped up the chat. You definitely gave us a great amount of support. Also, we're getting close to 30 likes. We got 12 viewers, 28 likes. Thank you guys for killing it. Also, 13 viewers, 28 likes. We're getting close to that 4-hour mark, which means if we can keep pushing it really hard, maybe to 4.5 hours, we can get to 32 watch time hours. Because right now, 7, 14, 21, 28. Once we hit 4 hours, we will be really close to 32. If we keep pushing it, we can hit 32. I appreciate you guys. Rad says, how do you base up money on time? So the Ithaca Hour did that like really well. They were around for quite some time where they essentially said, hey, this currency is worth like an hour of your time. So you can earn Ithaca hours by trading an hour of your time, or you can equate things that you sell, products, to how many manpower hours you think it should be related to. And so that currency worked like pretty well for a long time. Robert says, whoa. Francisco says, I want to know, how is Jewish community doing in your countries? In the United States, doing very well. Of course, different areas have different Jewish populations. Alabama doesn't have a huge Jewish population, but here in North Alabama, where we are, particularly in one of the larger cities in Alabama, there is a larger Jewish population than I'm sure in more rural Alabama, but doing well. Francisco says Raspberry, he probably saw that from TikTok. Makes sense. Raspberry says, I don't have any known Jews. Interesting. Vincent says they're doing okay. I'm not in those communities personally to say, and I think that's fair. Fake Name says, I actually used Aeternia's MicroWiki source as a template for my info box. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Getting that source code secret. Francisco said Jewish community in Serbia is in danger, big danger. There are only 600 of us left. in 1980s there were 5,000. That's scary. How do you feel about that? Have you talked to potentially older generations in your family to learn more about traditions, to learn more about, the best way to keep your culture alive and to support your people? I know that's very tough, and it could certainly be very scary. Um, this is very different, of course, than the direct hate that your people are getting. In South Louisiana, Cajun French used to be the major language. Of course, English was always around, but Cajun French dominated in South Louisiana, coming from the Acadians uh, that came from French Canada. And so when those people settled the area in South Louisiana, uh, French, and specifically Cajun French, which is a mix of French, Spanish, and English, was a dominant language and a huge part of the culture there. I consider myself Cajun, and grew up in South Louisiana. Um, and most people now do not speak Cajun French. People are worried that the Cajun French language is going to go completely extinct because there are so few native speakers now, and that's almost all gone. Most children are not learning or being taught Cajun French by their parents because it's just not useful. But because it's not useful, it gets taught less, so it's almost extinct, and it's really sad. Robert said the 1980s her. Vincent said I like backing currency is off of bottle caps, and Vincent also likes, you know, planting nuclear bombs in the middle of cities and, creating wars with China to fight over Alaska and stuff. All that kind of Fallout lore. Having giant lizard monsters and large uh, death claws that roam the desert, giant lizard monsters, and you know giant wasps that roam the desert and fight people. Raspberry says, "Don't get me started on that Stemeria stuff. I just wanted some money, uh, and one backed by filament cost would work." Very true. Agreed. Me too. Me too. I feel it. Let me finish getting it. But yes, 100%. Um, yes, I agree. Your filament idea is a good idea. Like I wasn't shitting on the idea at all. The idea is perfectly reasonable. I just don't like when people say sound money because even though it's not his thing, it is something that he says all the time, and I don't think he like I don't think it's reasonable. Vincent says it's just what I've always done. I just wouldn't use the term uh, when you're pitching your thing, Raz. It's definitely a good idea though. Vincent says it's just what I've always done. Robert says wonder what the '90s were like. The '90s must have been great. How Serb Jews was not it. Interesting. Raz says I like Stemeria, but with what happened, I don't really want to start that here. I'm sorry you do. We do not like them. They hurt our community. They hurt us. It's really sad. They continually bully a lot of micronations. Francisco said '90s were the time when Serbian Jews fled to Israel. Makes sense. Vincent said that's fine that you like them. I'm indifferent to them. I am like really sad about it. Manu says fiat currencies are as imaginary as countries. They are real just because we make them real. Agreed, Manu. That makes a lot of sense. Francisco says because of collapse of Yugoslavian economy. Oh goodness. Robert says the 1990s was great for Serbia. Interesting. Raspberry says, I may not have Jews, but I have at least a few who believe in a God and that God created science to govern the universe. Very specific statement, Raz. I don't fully understand you. Robert says Serbia has a great military gains against Bosnia and Croatia. Interesting. Francisco says my family is the last Orthodox Jewish family in town. Oh my God, there were 50 of them. That's wild. How is that working? Francisco says, "Stop it." What are y'all talking about? What thing? Vincent said, Francisco, maybe your micronation could be something that Serbian Jews could go to as a way to protect their faith, which seems like just cause for the legitimizing of your nation's existence. I agree with that. Torrance says you're silly, AP. What am I silly with, Torrance? Robert says, okay, I'm memeing from the Roki comment section. What? Big Meme says, AP, think about what you just said. You don't like gold standard people in micronationalism. How many of them subscribe? I'm sure a number. That's not my concern though. Like It's not about trying to get the maximum number of subscribers. It's about trying to do what I think is right for this community. If I stand by something, I'm gonna stand by that thing. That's why this channel, in my opinion, has become well known. That's why I do what I do, regardless of how popular or well known we are. I have particular ideals, morals, and beliefs that I am creating a country around. And I want people to support us who support those beliefs and ideas. I'm happy to see other beliefs and other ideas. But if I see something that I do not like and I do not believe in, I'm going to stand up against that and speak against it. Fake name, I definitely hear you saying, you don't like gold standard people in micronationalism. How many of them subscribe? I, I 100%. If people don't like my opinions on that backing your currency is the wrong way to develop a currency and is regressive and is, causing larger problems for your system. I'm trying to help you in designing your nation's currency. So if you don't like it, I understand not subscribing. But I think hopefully one day you'll realize that I'm attempting to assist. Robert says he's a savage. Torrance says AP is being silly, Robert. I don't know how. Francisco says that's the best way to help them. Fake name says, hey, Vincent, can call a DMAP and ask him to stop talking economics? No, I'm not going to stop talking. That's my ability to continue talking about that. I want to talk economics. Vincent says, that's nice, Franco, but think of the possibilities of that. Raz says, hey, if someone unsubscribes because he says he doesn't like gold-backed money, they weren't real subscribers. I 100% agree with that, Raz. Like, I'm trying to have people support us who are interested in developing Aeternia as like a full-fledged country. If they're gonna like throw their support away because I said that I don't like gold-backed or backed currencies, they're not going to be the people who are going to be around for us if things get tougher. You know what I mean? There are going to be a lot larger hills to climb than a disagreement about currency backing. If you're here and you're upset about that little tiny difference, that little tiny argument, you're not really going to be here with us during larger battles, during larger things. So no, like I don't need that. Absolutely. Vincent says, I do text them. I don't know if he reads them or not. I do, I just don't read them during the stream, because if I were to try and read them during the stream, I'm on my phone actively. So if I were to try and read them, I'd have to like close the stream down, and I don't want to do that. I read them after the stream, so it's not super effective to message me during the stream, unless I happen to be on my computer and my phone, which tonight I'm not. I'm just on my phone. Big Name says, I'm talking about how he worded it. I don't like people who like standards, standard backings in micronational currencies. I think they're wrong about that. Francisco said 4 a.m. in Syria. Robert says, Torrance, with that food thing, what if there's a poor harvest? Dave says, in America, the Jewish community is thriving where I live. A beautiful synagogue near me. That's wonderful to hear, and I'm glad, Devin. Fake Name says, AP worded it badly. I worded it how I meant it, though. I do not like, people who support backing a currency. The currency thing is regressive. I don't like their takes. I don't like their opinions. It's not that I am against the person as a person, but I don't like their take. I think they should stop advertising and promoting that take. It's not helpful to micronationalism. Robert says, or with energy, what if there's a blizzard or there's a or there are grid crashes, Torrance? Agreed. Torrance says, Robert, that's a great question. For whoever I appoint to run that, ideally we would have more than needed to last years. No country has more than needed to last years unless you're purposely keeping your population low in order to make sure that you achieve that. Robert says, what happens when the economy crashes? Robert says, what happens is the economy crashes. Makes sense. Francisco says, my hometown of Leskovac has 4 mosques, 3 synagogues, 5 Orthodox churches, 3 Protestant churches, and 1 Catholic church. That's wonderful. Vincent says, any money system has its flaws. Agreed, Vincent. Francisco says, Little Jerusalem. Very cool. Torrance says, as far as energy, we cannot be limited to solar, wind, hydro. We have to think long-term, goal big. Nuclear. Again, I think solar, wind, hydro, and other methods of doing similar things are ultimately going to be a lot more practical than nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is wonderful and helps a lot, but is not practical for the time being in many scales. It's possible on the largest possible scales, but the technology right now is not where it needs to be to make it super safe and reliable. Robert says, here's the thing you don't know, the harvest or any disasters that can affect the grid. Torrent says, very true, Robert. That's why we must have backups in place. Francisco says, sun is rising. It's beautiful. Hey, thank you for being here with us when the sun rises. That's awesome. Sun is rising in Serbia, Aeternia announces. Vincent says, but Franco, I feel bad that you can practice your religion, that you can't practice your religion without being ostracized for it. Agreed. Francisco says, I really hope that Jews will be free once again. I agree, Francisco. Benjamin says, time-based currency would be based on hours of labor worked. Agreed, Benjamin. Francisco says, that is stupid. Fake name says, AP missed the joke. Oh, what was the joke? Francisco just print money. It has worked for years now. Raspberry says, Benjamin, that isn't that just how you get paid anyway? Fake name says, now he gets it. Raz says, I think we've talked about currency enough. Francisco says, how do you call a what? Okay, I'm not doing that joke. Raspberry says, any other topics we want to discuss? Robert says, okay, the ultra giga chad currency, abolish it. Makes sense. You can abolish currency. That is a decent take, Robert. Francisco says, Raspberry, do you maybe know? Raz says, Juan Sad Mex. What? Goodness. Francisco said, no, he's. What? Vincent said, would you guys want to talk about. Ooh, 30 likes, 8 viewers. Thank you guys for the likes on the stream. And thank you guys for being viewers here on the channel. It means a lot. We just hit 4 hours. We're going to try and go a little bit further so that we can make sure we hit those 32 watch time hours. But I definitely appreciate you guys being here. Vincent said, would you guys want to talk about why you founded your micronation and what goals you had? Absolutely. I still want to understand from Francisco, which I don't think was ever fully answered, or if it was, I may have missed it. How are you trying to develop your nation? Are you trying to secede? Like you said, people in your country, in your home country, call you a secessionist. Are you a secessionist? What is your method for achieving micronational independence? Big Name says, sure. Robert says, I don't have a micronation. Very cool, Robert. Raz says, I shouldn't laugh at that, but LOL. Big Name says, Casnaria was founded in its current form to secede from the U.S. Oh, interesting. So Casnaria is a secessionist nation. Oh, goodness, that's not good. And you advocate for a war or not insurrection. You advocate for a incursion. There we go. Robert says, I just support them seating in the event that they want to via popular vote. Makes sense. Francisco said, I found my nation because I'm not satisfied with the current government of Serbia. I want to make someone's life better. That's wonderful. And I think that's why a lot of micronations establish their countries. What is your specific method, though? I guess what I'm asking is, if you had the support, how would you make your nation independent? Fake Name says, and create transition culture for the rebirth of Roma. Oh, interesting. Casaneri is like a Roman thing. Raspberry says, I founded my micronation because I thought it was a cool idea and topic. I want it to be serious, though. I respect that, Raz. Robert says, quite frankly, I don't have any plans to start a micronation. I just support their rights to leave. Makes sense, Robert. I appreciate your support of us. Francisco said, imagine if UN recognized all micronations. I think it would be insane because there are plenty of micronations who wouldn't know what to do with that support. I think even us, we have a limited understanding of that, but I think there are some micronations who would be far worse off than us. Robert says, compound theory, I feel, is a unilateralist mistake and we need a referendum. I'd be amazing, said Robert. Robert said, I'd be amazed. Raspberry says, but I would say I made mine because similar to Francisco, I'm not very happy with the U.S. government. Makes sense. Raspberry said, no. Raspberry says, all micronations should not be recognized. Robert says, should not? What do you mean? Raz says, it would be mayhem with other micronations and other micronations. Some would collapse real quick for lack of grammar. Agreed. Also, micronations already do micronational wars and stuff, but they know that, because they're not independent, they would go to jail and get arrested if they actually attacked other people. Could you imagine if all micronations were recognized, even the ones that do threaten people and cyberbully people and, actually try to attack people. Like, if those were recognized nations and, the US, who's, one of the major players in the UN, along with the rest of the UN, said, we're going to recognize your right to independence. So, for all micronations, such that you don't have to worry about other countries interfering in your interests anymore. Those nations would attack people. Like, they would go out of their way to attack each other. That would cause so much mayhem. Fake Meme says, where's Jaqual? Robert says, not sure. SRO Jaqual jumped in. Hey, it's good to see you, SRO. Thank you for joining us. Raz says, it's true. Fake Meme says, we found each other. SRO Jaqual says, Casanaria. Hey, I'm glad you guys are here. Robert says, some micronations might become rogue and attack other micros and macros. Agreed. That's my concern. Jaqual says, indubitably, I enjoy these great live streams with excellent tips. Thank you very much, and I hope it continues to help. Fake Meme says, LOL. Raz says, most micronations are silly and fantasy micronations with no actual form of government, energy system, economy, etc. Agreed, and that's tough. Fake Name says, same. Francisco says, I am sad that Jewish community has been falling apart since the 1940s. Our synagogues have been destroyed, and on that land they built houses. It is really sad. Raspberry says, that isn't right, Francisco. I'm sorry to hear that that happens. Absolutely, and it has been like a consistent part of the destruction of their culture in Serbia for years and years and years. Robert says, the Jewish community is wonderful. Robert says, love their traditional cakes. Delicious donuts. Absolutely. Francisco said, politicians bought that land and built mansions on top of our synagogue. Sad. Taurus says, AP is God. Oh, goodness. Taurus, you have such, like, varied opinion. I'm interested to see, like, I'm interested to meet you one day because it seems like I can never tell in some of the messages, like, what you're serious about and what you're beaming about. Robert says, no, protect my lot keys. Robert says, great potato cake. Absolutely. Raz says, why? Why would the government do that? Is that why you started a micronation? I would imagine that's probably a big part of it. Francisco says, one of the reasons Muslims are in even worse position. Absolutely. There's a ton of Islamophobia all over the world, and it's important for Jewish brothers and sisters and Muslim brothers and sisters to stand by each other, because even if they're not experiencing the same degrees of hate, they're experiencing the hate from the same places. So it's absolutely important. Francisco says there's a whole mountain of reasons on why I started a micronation. That's respectable. And it's also really cool to learn about somebody who's doing that in a place that may be very unreceptive to their desire for independence and the political talking points that they have. So I appreciate learning about your interests, Francisco. Robert says, hey, Francisco, stop discussing politics. Stop discussing religion talk. Stop it. Why, Robert? Like, I think it's interesting to hear more about what Francisco's doing and why he's doing it. Also, I asked him a little bit about it. Manu says, well, listen to the stream. I'm working on a reflection on my project and its identity crisis. I thought it was over, but it's not. That's really hard, Manu. Like, understanding the reason that you're doing something, why you're doing it, and what people can get out of it are things that constantly exist in question for any project. And they're going to be something that need to be revisited and adapted as time goes on. Even for Aeternia, we've always kept to our core tenets, but Aeternia's ability to provide things for people has grown greatly. And our position as far as what our short-term goals are have modified all the time as we gain successes in some areas and have to accept failures and modifications of our plans in other places. We're constantly adjusting and trying to figure out what the best way to move forward is. And in that, sometimes we're learning more about ourselves, and that's causing us to rewrite some of our standards and some of our basics for just who we are. So absolutely, it is super, super important to keep doing that. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a sign of like, oh no, your thing's failing because you have to keep like revising it. I think that means you're closer and closer to the place that you want to be and to feeling satisfied with it, Manu. So I'm proud of you. Francisco says, I'm talking about why I started my nation. Vincent says, I think, Francisco, you got a good thing going and you should push to get more support. Absolutely. Robert says, we'll stop the Jewish and Islamic talk right now. No, like it's important. He's talking about why he started his micronation. Devin says, got to go. My mother is ill. Good night, y'all. Good night, Devin. Please take care of your mother. I'm sorry to hear she's ill. and I hope everything goes well with you all. I can't wait to hear from you next time. Thank you for joining us. Shah Devon. Uh, Vincent said goodnight. Fake name says, I'm out. I promised Jaqual a micro wiki and it needs work. Very cool. That makes sense. See you, fake name. Thank you for supporting us. And Aeternia Forever. Francisco said, last step is for me and my family to get out safely of Serbia. I wanted to make sure that every Serbian Jew is safe before me. Makes sense. That's really hard. Raspberry was telling them goodnight. Uh, Raz says, fake name, when you make it, I want to see it. Absolutely. I would love to see the follow up micro wikis. Hey, New England joined us and said good morning. Good morning, New England. Raz says, where will you go, Francisco? Raz says, I hope not the US. It won't be much better. But at least they may not be like, yeah, that's true. It's not a ton better, but maybe not violently attacked as much. Francisco says, I smell hypocrisy and destruction of like places. Depending on where you go in the U.S., you may be all right. Robert says, Francisco, I smell hypocrisy. Francisco says, Robert said, Francisco, I smell hypocrisy. Francisco said, Israel, safest place for me. Why? Robert says, stopping the Azov and Israel discussion, but discussing yourself. Come on, man. Um, uh, Agreed. I can understand that. Agreed. Like, yeah, it's weird to be like, we should stop talking about some things, but talk about other things. I just feel like it had a larger approach to like, he was like, I specifically am trying to change my micronation because of this and create my micronation because of this. It wasn't just like general political talk. Raz says, safest isn't the word I'd use, but at least they flex those nukes to keep other nations away. True. Francisco says, I'm talking about reasons why I start my micronation and what I'm going to do with my life. Agreed. Robert says, don't discuss macro politics or religion. But what though? Like, if it's under the context of starting your, that's what I don't like. I don't like when people say you shouldn't talk about politics or religion in micronations because a lot of micronations have that take. I disagree. I think getting off topic on the stream is bad, but as long as you can relate it to your micronation and why it affects your micronation and stuff, then yeah, absolutely. I talk about US politics all the time because it directly affects Eternia. And the people who I think are going to join Eternia and support Eternia are people who probably have similar beliefs and ideologies to me about what's wrong in the US and what things need to be fixed and how they feel like they have been unable to find enough support and to have enough political power to make changes that they want to in the US, so they're looking for other avenues of interest. So, yeah, I think macronational politics are important to talk about. I think getting off topic is one thing, but I did specifically ask about, like, tell me about your micronation. Some other people were asking, like, tell me about your micronation. So, yeah, if you're talking about macronational politics and religion because of the reasoning for developing your nation, you absolutely should. You were even talking yourself, Robert, about supporting micronations and their belief and their desire for independence, and feeling that that's justified. Then you have to learn about the micronations who are doing that and why they're doing it, right? Like, isn't that important? Raz says, huh? Vincent said, bro, let him talk. Raz says, sorry, I'm back. Composure. Hey, I appreciate you for joining us again, Robert. Francisco says that is why all people who are involved in repression of Jews should be punished to life in prison. That's extreme. I don't know about that because depending on what your definition is that's extreme. Benjamin says so. Moneyless society. Benjamin, thank you for jumping in. Yes, moneyless society. Hit me up with that. Francisco said in repression of any religion. Robert says, have you heard of Stephen Anderson? Oh goodness, we're not getting into that. Francisco says because those are devil's ideas sent to see people. No, I didn't hear of that guy. Um, Francisco says I'm not Christian, so not my problem based on the Bible. Francisco says surely all why that doesn't make sense. Okay. Vince is asking, can I trust you guys to behave? I don't know, Vincent. I don't know if you can. Francisco says, who wants Sharia law? Vincent says, I'm going to get off the stream for the night. I appreciate you supporting us, Vincent. Thank you so much for being here. Um, Robert says Sharia law, biblical law says, oh goodness. Stop. Okay, we're not doing that. Francisco said, AP, I'll send you a video of this beautiful morning. Thank you very much, Francisco. I appreciate that. Let's see. Raz says, I think we should get on the videos topic. Agreed. I do want to wrap things up on the videos topic before we end. My biggest thing with territories is that in all of this conversation we've been having recently, we've been focusing on the concept that territories are something that need to be created based on external sources. We talked about the holy grail of micronational territories being something that can be created internally and be developed from a micronation's own people. But at the same time, it's necessary to focus on the concept that a micronation is not something that is able to grow a ton from the micronational community itself. Like the micronational community is a huge hub of resources and is a huge hub of concepts and ideas. But at the end of the day, the micronational community has very little in terms of larger outreach, and it has very little in terms of practical results for the development of territories. A lot of the time when micronations need to develop territories, and this is something that I didn't hit on a ton earlier in the video, they absolutely have to look externally. So they have to look external, not to their own micronation, but to the micronational community. You have to be able to search for people who do not know about micronationalism and trying to explain your micronation specifically to them and to being able to get those people to come support your cause. Most of the time, the people who are already interested in micronationalism are people who, one, aren't interested in joining any micronation, or already have their own micronation established, or maybe even are a part of another established micronation. But there are very few, if any, micronationalists who are eager to join another micronation who are here. There are some, and they get swept up very quickly, either by joining their own micronation, starting their own micronation, or joining another micronation. That all being the case, what it boils down to for a lot of micronations who are trying to start territories and to develop some sort of expansion is to be able to have things that you control that a lot of the time being territory. I'm going to stand up one more time as we end the stream, just to be able to give this take in a reasonable way. Oh, goodness. Okay. Tightening back. Setting it up. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. I got you guys. Hey, everybody. I see y'all. Okay. Hey, we got it. Okay. So what I wanted to say is micronations, a lot of the time, are trying to reach internal to the community, where they're trying to grab like stuff from other micronations to make it territories in their micronation, to be able to make larger claims about their size and their population and so on and so forth. And again, we talked about how shaky and unreliable those situations are. And then we also talked about the concept that it'd be better to have your own and to be able to buy territory and do stuff like that. But even if you buy your own territory and you have some control over it, or if you sign a contract with the person that owns land that says that you're legally allowed to do this and this and this and this with it, you still will run into this problem of, okay, so now who do I get to be a part of it? Yeah, sure, you get your own citizens, people who have already found interest in your nation to be able to do that. But what if those people aren't local? What if those people aren't able to help you to do that right away? What if because of their age or because of their certain situation, they may not be able to be good applicants for residency in your micronation? You have to be able to reach a larger population of people and convince them to join you and to help create that for you. A lot of the time, these territories that micronations want to create, they design around real life communities. You know, people will, for some fantasy micronations, will literally just go into their local community and draw a circle around a specific area and say, this whole area is what we claim as our territory. But if you were actually able to go into that area and talk to the people in those communities and say, hey, this is my micronation, this is what I'm trying to do, you should support us, here are benefits that you get from doing that. And if you could provide legitimate benefits with those people, they may very well consider doing whatever it is that you're interested in developing. So when you're talking about establishing territories for micronations and building up a larger base of understanding and of assets for that nation, those territories ultimately are the building blocks of the nation. And the only way to make those building blocks secure is to make sure they are filled with people who are committed to that cause. A lot of the time, that's not going to come from micronationalism, unfortunately. That is a skill that has to be developed completely independently of micronationalism. That has to be something that you get your assets and initial foundation from micronationalism through, in understanding how it is that you pitch your nation, in understanding the benefits and things that people will enjoy from your nation, from people who already are excited about micronations. But then once you get into the big bad world, you have to be able to pitch this idea to people who are looking for a home, and for people who are looking for a way to change the society that they're in, and to pitch to them against all the ideas that they've heard that yours is the one they should support. And that's a political job. That's a marketing job. That's a finance and economics job that is way out of the reach of a lot of micronationalists. So it's something that's tough. It's something that's not going to happen just at a whim for anybody. But that is how to secure larger micronational growth. If we're really talking about territories, and I mean territories that micronations are able to create cities on, to be able to create businesses on, to be able to create not even cities, small villages, communes, small livable communities, whatever it is you want to call them, business towns or whatever. These things, these groups, these camps, these tribes are all going to require people from all walks of life who probably have never heard of micronationalism and understand a core fundamental benefit that they get from existing within it to develop themselves not into micronationalists, but into citizens of your nations, Aeternians, to develop them into Aeternians, to develop them into, Asgardians or whatever the thing is. It is necessary for us to be able to do that. If you want to understand how to develop a territory, you have to understand how to market it to people. You have to understand how to grow and to collect resources, which include human resources, and to make them and populate them and fill them in your territory. The reason that these, grouping actions or even some assimilation actions don't work at all for actually creating value for a micronation is because just simply having a plot of land that nobody can use isn't valuable for anything. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't give any long-term benefit. But if you can stay there, and if you can invest resources into it, and if you can have some actual ownership stake in it, and continue to populate it with businesses and people who are considerate of the cause that you're pushing for and who are supportive of helping you grow that cause, you will hit what you want to. You will get these long-term goals. Even if that's, you and your friends playing in the forest and doing whatever, right? You can still, or in, a few backyards that you have control and access to. That's very limiting, certainly, but there's still something that can be done there. You can say, hey, we have relative control over this area, so we can plant plants. We can, use power tools and stuff to be able to make certain things. We may have a 3D printer that we can sell things or whatever. The more access and the more control you have over an area, the more things you're going to be able to do with it. But if you aren't able to build infrastructure, and if you aren't able to have people who are really interested and excited in the things you want to do, they're not going to join on board. You have to have a good mission, a good reason that this is necessary to create. You have to have a good amount of assets and value that people are going to get by joining you. And you also have to have some way to show that you are able to move toward those goals and achieve them, which come down to the territory, the buildings, the equipment, whatever it is that is necessary at your stage of development to get to the next one. You have to have it already. And that's what people who are going to join your territories and support you are going to be looking at with razor sharp detail. They're going to need to see why it is that they should invest in a small case, a few hours a week of their time, or in a large case, their family's lives moving to a location and living there permanently to be able to help you. Those are going to have wildly different amounts of benefit, but the premise is absolutely the same. You have to have some fundamental concept of what it is people are going to get out of this and what the plan is. And if you don't have those first steps kind of built up and set up for them, the final ones aren't going to be achieved. So even if you're looking at something like grouping or assimilation as a starting base for how you're going to gain territories, make sure that you're doing that in a very small scale and that it's very focused. Again, having a lot of territory doesn't do you any good if you don't have any way to improve it, if you don't have access to the land, if you don't have meaningful projects going on the land. Development versus, size versus development are two very different things. You want to always err on the side of development. So if you did, for example, make a deal with another micronation that lends you some land of theirs or whatever, then talk to them and say, okay, so this is the only project that we're going to commit to that with. We need to focus on your land specifically. Spend all of your time and resources connecting with that other nation and saying, hey, if you want to give us that land, that's great. You have to help us develop it. Unless we're really local to each other and I can show up every day and do it myself, you need to be on board to help us do these projects. I'm going to tell you what we want to do. I'll provide you funding, this and that, and you help to make it happen on that land. But that's a huge risk to you, once again, because of the reasons we explained at the beginning of the stream, where that can still fall right out from under your feet. That can end up causing you a problem where you're not actually getting benefit from that, because once somebody realizes that something isn't for them, or they have other things in life that take precedence, they're ultimately going to change and leave, and you're not going to have access to that land anymore. So I don't recommend that route, but if that's the only thing you can do to get started, and that's been a position that Aeternia has been in before with New Maryland, that is something that you can push toward, but just know the risks involved, and know the ways that if I were to do that again, I would try to mitigate it. I would say, hey, if you're going to do this, we need regular schedules of when things are going to be done. We need active communication on what projects are going to be established, and we have to see proof of that. We have to see regular updates and establishment of those different things. This needs to become a hub for one focused project that is going to get us some improvement out of it, so that we can actually use that to grow the nation in some way. If we're putting all this time and effort in to having this territory and there's no benefit that it gives us, then there's no reason to have it. If you're doing it just for clout, that actually causes negative reputation for your nation. Because once you claim larger and larger areas for your nation, and there isn't comparable growth in other aspects. So for example, like we talked about earlier, if you have, 20 square miles of land that your micronation claims control over, why don't you have like millions of dollars? Why isn't your economy gigantic? It makes it feel less and less realistic that you would have that and you would be able to achieve that simply because you're not having reasonable access to the land. You're not able to develop it appropriately. So that's going to be a huge, huge thing when we were talking about micronations and the concept of developing territories. Territories are the third or fourth iteration of a step that needs to be, I'd say the fourth iteration of a step that needs to be focused on in the development of a nation. First is the foundational principles of the nation and its first citizen, which is you. So whoever the founder of a nation is, they need to be able to say, hey, I am AP, I'm an Aeternian, this is what Aeternia is, we're an empire, we focus on scientific development, we focus on human rights and providing an economic safety net for our people. Those are our interests. That's the way that we're moving forward. We hope to purchase land to develop businesses on and to provide residency for our citizens and to ultimately move forward in progressing our goals for independence through those means. That's just blank slate basic ideas for what our micronation is and what it's about. We support we support not only technology but specifically um, specifically reduction of climate change and things like that, and playing our part in that. So having those talking points, those ideas are really, really fundamental to just starting the micronation, because if you can't describe what your micronation is, you have very little micronation. You may have a micronation, but the more you can really grind down the idea of what it is to you and why you are considered that, you absorb that into your identity. And once you have one person who is considered really Aeternian, or really insert your micronation here, you can really start to move forward. Once I can pitch the idea of my micronation, that gives a ton of help to the future citizens of that micronation, because you can relay it to them and they can start to relay it. So first is fundamental ideas and first citizen, foundation and leaders. Then the next is going to be citizens. You want to try and get more citizens, because those citizens are going to be people who can talk about stuff. They can help you to develop projects. Manpower is huge. They can potentially establish businesses. And then that leads to the third part, which is businesses. Once you have the foundations covered, and once you have some people who are willing and able to support you and provide real effort to your goals and projects, you need some way to make money. So you're probably going to need businesses. You're probably going to need some way to create value consistently and repeatably. So having all of that as a lump sum is going to be huge, huge, huge. Those are three things that Aeternia is still like on that third step, getting into the fourth step, kind of in between. And we're like babies in that still. Really locking down businesses is a hard thing to do. Really locking down territories is going to be even larger, like orders of magnitude larger. So once you get, checkbox 1, checkbox 2, you got the foundations, you got your citizens. Really firm those up as you start to transition to 3 and 4, because gaining businesses is going to be something that you really want to be consistent. That's going to be your funding. That's going to be the thing that allows you to invest consistently in other projects, whether that's projects on other people's land that you have permission to use, or whether that's your own purchased land that you're saving up money for. So that's going to be the way that you convince people as well. That's going to be those base resources that tell people, hey, I'm going to get some benefit from being an Aeternian. I'm going to get some benefit from being in this micronation, because it's going to allow me to have access to that pool of resources, or to the people who have knowledge to be able to get those things, or to be able to advertise this and that and the other, or to be able to try out my ideas for government, or to express myself politically, or what have you. Those are necessary steps to show the power of a micronation that leads to the establishment of territories. The establishment of territories is something that is an active project and goal for a large micronation to undertake if they're doing it appropriately, but it's also something that is going to be very difficult to maintain if not appropriately funded and acquired. So that being the case, we have talked about territories in the past, especially right when we developed New Maryland, and that quickly fell short. And then you see that we haven't talked about territories for a long time, because the final thing that I want to stress to you in this video, territories are not the most important thing. They're not. When you develop a micronation, don't focus on, I need to have territories, I need to, because the Montevideo Convention says I need some land that I'm able to get this. You shouldn't be trying to checkmark the Montevideo Convention if you're not, already large and well established. You should be first trying to make sure that you have a shored up community and a group of people who really understand who they are and what they're doing in order to continue to move forward. If you have that, you're going to be able to get the other things more and more easily. But if you don't have that, you're going to be struggling at every step of the way, and you're probably going to regress a little bit. So don't worry about territory if you don't have businesses established. Don't worry about businesses if you don't have citizens. It's a big circle, and it's something that you're going to have to keep feeding back to continue to grow. You're going to have to focus on, okay, now I have a little bit of business, but I need more citizens to hype up the business and to purchase more, and I need more businesses so that I can start to work on my land a little bit and try and purchase that. And in order to do that, I need more citizens to get more business get more land, and so on and so on and so on. And then I need to update and fix my fundamentals so that I can recruit more citizens to do so on and so on and so on. It's a never-ending cycle, and it's something that you all, as you continue to develop your micronations, are going to get better and better and better at. But you need to have that concept of nonstop effort and maintaining something that is sustainable for you at the size that you're comfortable with, at the ability that you have, and without overstressing and overworking yourself. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you achieve something on one day if you burned yourself out for a week or a month. You have to keep going. You have to find a sustainable way to keep going. But that being the case, I'm going to read the last few comments and head out of here. Robert says, and look, man said they stoned rebellious kid. Oh, goodness. Okay. Raspberry said maybe there should be a video purely for discussions. I agree with that, but then I think it'd be a lower ranked video, so it almost wouldn't be worth doing it. Vincent said, I guess y'all couldn't behave. No, they couldn't. Absolutely. Raspberry said, no, sorry, Vincent. Francisco said, Robert started a debate. Again, Vincent said, we'll stop it, all of you. Keep it civil. I appreciate you, Vincent. Raz says, okay, so how do micronations gain territory? What does that exactly mean? I hope I was able to explain that a little bit. Robert says, I'm back. My phone died. I'm glad you're back. Raz says, Robert, you need to chill. You started a debate. He said, I know. Raspberry says, you started a debate over religion after saying you didn't want to talk about it. Vincent said, well, it's over. Don't stop talking. Done. Stop talking about it. Robert says, I hereby pardoned myself earlier. Oh, goodness. Raz says, I just wanted us all to be able to be more civil and peaceful toward one another. After all, we're all part of this community and we should treat one another respectfully, kindly, and equally. Raz, you're right on topic. You have absolutely killed the game. I respect that take and I 100% agree with it. Vincent says, everyone. Robert says, yes. Francisco says, how should a micronational judge system work? Another topic for another video. Raz says, what do you mean? Okay, another topic for another video. Vincent said one that's fair and just. Hey, 31 likes. Thank you guys for helping us with those likes. That really does mean a lot. It helps to advertise the video to more people. Robert says, by having a jury, but there isn't enough people, the king president mitigates some disputes. Robert says, like term limit requirements. Everybody's talking about Supreme Court stuff. Raz said they had to go. See you, Raz. I appreciate you being here. Goodness. Hey, Whiteman said they're back for 20 minutes. I appreciate it, Whiteman. Whiteman says, well, what you could do is also pay your citizens to build the infrastructure for the parks for them to enjoy later and make people support other stuff. Agreed. Robert says, I love these long streams. And we love you being here, Robert. Also, 32 likes. Thank you, guys. And 7 viewers. Robert says, AP is so entertaining. Thank you very much. We're trying. Whiteman says, agreed. Robert says, wow, well, I'm just all-nighting to all night. Makes sense. Whiteman says, in Whiteman, I'm saving up $10,000 to buy us more land. My family is going to let me use it for my use, and I'm going to begin building the first houses and small settlement in Whiteman. Congratulations, Whiteman. I believe in you. Whiteman says, probably only livable for during the day. Makes sense. Vincent says, I was telling my dad about my flag company, and he's down with it. Hey, congrats, Vincent. I'm proud of you. Robert says, a settlement. Francisco says, cancel culture, good or bad. Francisco says, just say good or bad, nothing more, nothing less. Robert says, Jack has some information for me. He said he stole 2 bottles of Chick-fil-A sauce and was kicked out. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Whiteman says he has a 12-step infrastructure plan. Congrats, Whiteman. I'm excited to see it. Manu says the Montevideo Convention could be useful at times, but it shouldn't be like a Bible for micronations. Agreed. I think that's something that micronations should use when applying to the UN. But you have all these steps before you need to get there, so don't think if you travel a linear thing that you're gonna get it right away. It's a hilly, rocky, up and down, turn around, spinning path that's not going to be direct and linear. So if you try and follow a direct and linear path, you're going to backtrack a lot of the time. You're going to fall down that hill. Francisco said, have a good day, AP. Have a good day, Francisco. Robert says, bye, love you. Francisco said, I'll send you video now. Thank you very much, Francisco. White one said, good night, AP. White one said, agreed, AP. It's rocky. I've gained so many citizens and lost so many. Agreed. But that's a part of the grind. That's a part of the struggle, and that's what we all do as micronationalists. I love you guys. I appreciate you. So right now, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 38 minutes. I'm not certain whether we've hit the 32 watch time hours we need. I'm hoping that we have. Let me see. If we had 7 average, 7, 14, 21, 28. And now, I think we should have hit it. I think we should have hit it, but we will see. I appreciate you guys all so much for being here. I love you guys. Again, we have these arguments in stream. We have debates. The topic changes a lot, but you guys help to keep me understanding micronationalism, understanding and making sure that I keep up with world politics and with economics and history and all the things that are important to try and understand other people's worldview and why they see things the way they do. So you guys teach me more every day, and I'm really humbled by you being here with me and sticking through it so long just to help Aeternia achieve another goal for itself. So thank you guys for being here. You guys legitimately tonight, even if we didn't hit that 32, we're close. So you guys have helped us to achieve a lot tonight. We're going to try and hit that 3,500 watch time hours. If we did, I will post on I'm going to take a picture right when we leave the stream because it'll show me how many watch time hours we had. So I will post a stream. I'll post a screenshot of it on our Twitter, Instagram, and our Discord. So if you guys aren't following those, please make sure to. Because you will definitely get to keep updated with all of our stuff there. And again, I appreciate it. We're doing this, we're growing, and we are going to be going from 3,500 watch time hours, hopefully tonight or tomorrow, into 4,000 within the next month or two. That's the goal. We're going to try and hit it as many days in a row as we can to try and climb to that. And I'm lucky to have you all here. Thank you so much. And again, as always, Aeternia Forever. And Manu says, I can't just say that I have a government and expect my physical reality to change at all. It has to behave as such for it to apply. That's what some don't get. I completely agree. And again, everybody was saying goodnight and Aeternia Forever. I want to say to everybody specifically, Whitewind, Aeternia Forever, good to see you. Francisco, Aeternia Forever, good to see you. Francisco says something in his language and says, see you, AP. See you, Francisco. See you, Manu. Aeternia Forever. White one says, AP, I recommend trying to stream every day because more people will watch every day or every other day. I agree, Manu. I agree, White Wind. We will try to hit it up tomorrow. So look out for a stream potentially tomorrow morning. I know everybody's probably going to crash because we've been up late tonight, but we're going to try for tomorrow morning. Aeternia Forever. See you, everybody. Bye. Bye. I'm going to come from this side. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to pop up. I'm going to go over here. Come from underneath. If I could go from overhead, that'd be cool, but I think I would mess everything up and kind of crash it. It wouldn't work. Okay. I appreciate you guys. It's been crazy. We've been in the shed for literally like 4 hours, almost 42 minutes. So thank you guys. Buddy said, hi, AP, bye, AP, hi, AP, bye, AP. I appreciate you guys. All right. I'm going to go for real this time. For real. I'm serious, you guys. Peace. I appreciate y'all. Aeternia Forever. Wait. Oh, okay. Bye, guys.